modification. I think it's just a, formality at this point, it sounds like, but this is final approval on consent of landscape water feature and AC heat pump. And I don't know that we have an applicant present for this, Alex, so you and I are going to just take a look at it.
Well, mainly you is just for landscape, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so you're good enough to do it on your own. I will second whatever motion you make, and we're good. Because it's very basic. You already saw this last time, right?
Yeah, so I think here's the heat pumps. Can you see my little cursor?
Yeah, I do. Yeah, so the heat pump, what's the story with the heat pumps? I forgot. Oh, they were in the back there somewhere.
They were in a setback or something at some point, so looks like they just put them up against the house.
Yeah.
Proposed new setback for AC unit. What does that mean?
I don't know. It's 20 feet. I don't know what it means, but it means that they're gonna be 20 feet away from the property line. And you know how sound travels and all that. 20 feet is usually good. I mean, 5 feet sometimes is acceptable. I don't know what. Yes.
Yeah, it looks like they're over here. It's 25 feet. So there's another heat pump. So okay. Fire department Hammerhead. I did take a look at this last night for the landscape, and it looked okay to me.
Right.
Just run through it real quick. I didn't look at it that closely. So they have their irrigation, and I saw the WELO calcs, and plants are okay. Although, shoot, I don't see quantities or sizes. Which is bad. Who's got the kids in the background?
Is that me?
I don't know, it might be. I don't know. Okay.
It's my grandson screaming around.
Okay. Okay, so that's everything. But what I'm not seeing here is plant sizes and quantities. So, which is, as we all know, necessary. So unless the applicant is not here, I mean, we can't really approve this without sizes and quantities of plant material. So everything else appears to be in order. So I think it's going to have to be continued to the next meeting.
An idea. If you can send them an email, we can continue this to the end of the agenda. If you can submit the stuff on time, it's good. If not, it'll be continued. How's that?
Yeah, exactly. And I think we were also, want to get some detail on I don't know if that's really necessary, the water feature. I mean, it's kind of listed separately. Final approval of landscape water feature and heat pump. There's 2 water features, I think, and they're not really detailed out at all. We usually don't require that, so I don't think that's as important.
Yeah.
I
mean, it's not very prominent, right? Like it's not right on the face, right? Like it's pretty much in the middle of the lot. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's one in the front yard appears, and there's one in the backyard.
Yeah, but they are not near the public view, right? I mean,
right. Yeah. Exactly. New entry gate. I guess that's what this is.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, so yeah, we will give the applicant a chance to resubmit this by the end of today's meeting if they want approval today, or we'll just continue it until the next meeting when they have proper plant sizes and quantities. And I think that's about it. I guess the only other thing I noticed is that Melaleuca nessophylla gets enormous, and there's one tucked right into the house here. So showing proper sizing of plant material on the plan at mature size, along with sizes and quantities. Okay, very good. So I don't hear anybody speaking up on this project, so I think we'll just move on then. So let's begin it's 9:02. Let's begin the South Board of Architectural Review Committee agenda meeting of September 4th, 2020, beginning with public comment. If there's anyone from the public who wishes to speak on an item that's not on today's agenda, you can raise your hand or unmute yourself and let us know. You'll have 2 minutes if you so choose.
You know, Chris, we're still waiting on John and Josh. I'm making phone calls in the background, but I don't believe that we can officially start the meeting until we have an actual quorum.
You're right.
So give me just,
Okay,
I'm making some phone calls, trying to get a hold of John. If you can reach out and try to get a hold of Josh, that would be great.
okay, I'll text him.
Thank you.
He may have been thinking that he won't be jumping on because of those first few items. So hopefully that's not the case, but
Well, okay, so maybe we just take a recess for a few minutes. Is that?
yeah, we're just gonna hold off everyone until we have a quorum.
Okay, very good.
Chris, did you?
I got a message from Josh. He said he's on his way, so should be any minute now. I see John Verdiak there. Welcome.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks for jumping on,
Can you
John.
hear me, Chris?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I don't have any picture.
Yeah, nobody.
I get Alex's picture, but I don't know what to say.
Yeah, it's, you know, feel free to use your camera if you want to.
Yeah, you gotta click the camera at the bottom, John.
Yeah, well, I clicked the camera and it's on, but you know, the footnote here still has a cross through the camera.
Click that cross.
I wonder if he's entered as a participant or oh, there you are.
I just get a screen here with all these
Yep.
initials on it.
Yep. Those are all the members, the attendees, right? Hey, Josh.
Sorry, guys.
Morning. All right, so we can now begin the meeting. This is again the SBAR meeting of September 4th, beginning with public comment. Leah, do we have anyone that wishes to speak on an item that's not on today's agenda?
So it's going to be a little
Hearing none.
today. We don't obviously have the hand raise feature, but if anybody wanted to make just a general public comment on something that isn't on today's agenda, feel free to unmute yourself and go ahead and speak now.
Or forever hold your peace. Okay.
I think we're fine. I don't hear anybody trying to chime in.
Yep. Okay. So then item number 2 is the agenda status report. Any changes? I believe there are to today's agenda.
So, Mr. Chair, I have a quick question for our Vice Chair. Josh, for the items on today's agenda, for those first 3, are you related to any of those first 3 items?
Sorry. Yeah, I am. So,
To all 3 or just?
yeah. I'm trying to pull up the agenda here.
Okay.
I wish you guys would send out like a calendar occasion with all this stuff in it. So we did have to like go searching through emails to find anything.
You look for the one that says member copy because it has the minutes. 90420 member copy doc.
And I can bring it up here too.
Where is it, Leah?
So it should be from an email this morning with the link for the box.
I have the link. Yeah, I have the link. I just can't find the.
Here, Josh, I'll bring it up on the screen.
What's the name of the file?
It should be 9/4/2020 member copy.
The link that you sent out today shows all the different hearing cases, and then there's nothing in there for that.
No, but it's at the end. At the end of the.
It's on the screen here, Josh. Look.
No, I'm trying.
This is item 1, which I believe you're at least the first two.
Now, I have a conflict of interest on number 1. I have a conflict of interest on number 2
And number 3, I think.
and number 3.
Right.
Okay, so what I recommend that we do for those items is put them on our 10-2 agenda. That's the meeting that we are going to have Katie Landscape Architect. So I think that's probably our best bet to have those items reviewed.
Okay, that's all we can do today. I mean, we don't have a quorum besides. So that means, are there any?
I want to confirm. I want to read this thing.
You know, can you hear me? Hello,
Yeah.
initials.
Did I stop sharing? All right, so Josh,
No, not in the, it's not in the folder that's normally placed.
It's
What's the name?
it's just, yeah, it's a Word doc for 20 member.
I don't see it.
All right, Josh.
I have an audio problem. Yeah, John is there for some reason, and like I don't have any control over it.
Yeah, I think John took over. Just a second.
Oh, really? One was people and the three guys. Right.
Okay, Chris, I have everybody but you and I unmuted.
Okay,
Is that fixing the feedback issue?
I see John Verdiak's not muted, but John, can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay, let's just.
All right, Leah. I just confirmed. Apparently, item 1 was supposed to be pulled from the agenda. Item 1, 2, and 3. I have a conflict of interest.
Okay, so we'll move all 3 of those to the October 2nd hearing.
Yeah, you've got the applicant on the line here, Clay Rel. So why don't you?
Right here. Good morning.
Morning.
Good morning. So we had a member who has obviously a conflict, and I'm sure you just heard. We also had a member who had a change of plans yesterday who is unable to join us for the meeting today. So what we can do is we can move you to the 9/18 meeting if there's a push or a rush or some kind of time constraint. But if you wanted to wait till the 10/2 meeting, we have a brand new landscape architect that's joining our team. So I think that might.
I think we prefer to go as soon as possible.
Okay. So, we'll go ahead and formally continue these to the 9/18 meeting. Mr. Chair, that does mean that we do have quite a long agenda that day. I think that puts us at 13 items. But I'll leave that up to you if that's okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we 6 and 8 hour meetings just don't work. So if we have to push somebody on that agenda to the following, then I think we should consider that.
Okay, so we'll
Maybe
move
we
these
could
guys. Let's do a formal
see who'd be.
continuance for these guys to the 9/18 meeting, and then I'll take a look at the 9/18 agenda and see who has some flexibility in their schedule, and we'll push those to the 10/2 meeting.
Mr. Chair, I'm the agent for these three items. Can I get a word in on this procedure?
Sure.
Can you clarify what the problem is here today in terms of lack of a quorum? You have three members, excluding Josh.
Yeah.
Is that not a quorum?
No, quorum is 4, so we need 4 members to be able to. Unfortunately.
Okay. We could push the maximum nursery to October, but we'd like to have the Creekside project heard on the 18th. That helps your
Thank you. Yes. So you're saying, let's see, item number 1 and item number 2, you'd like to have. Wait a minute. You said the Creekside.
correct. The maximum order, that's fine.
Leah can go to the 2nd of October, and then item number 1 and 3 would be for the 18th.
Yes, please.
Correct. I just want to make sure we have a name.
I just need a formal motion.
Okay. Well, are there any other changes to the agenda today?
Mr. Chair, sorry, just one more because I was communicating with Leah yesterday about item 1, BAR case number 125. She may have already put that on the 2nd of October. So if that's the case, that date is fine for that particular project as well.
Okay. Thank you. I know there was a planner memo that had said to move item number 1. I don't know if it gave a date or not, but.
Okay, yeah. We would probably benefit from having that item heard by your new landscape architect because the change in the project is landscape oriented. You've already heard it once.
Okay. All right, Leah, are there any other changes to today's agenda?
There is not any other changes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so we need a motion then to move items 1 and 2 to the October 2nd meeting and item 3 to the September 18th meeting.
So moved.
Seconded.
Those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. So then we'll move on now to the minutes from the August 28th meeting.
You want Chris, you want me to start displaying my screen, or how do you want to do this today?
Yeah, we could do that if you don't mind.
Sure. Absolutely.
I wonder if I'll stop sharing. Maybe I have to do that first. God, this is not a good program. There we go.
Give me a second.
So,
Okay, here we go.
If you go to, let's say C1, right? You go, okay, C1, I see, I think it's fine. Can you scroll down, Josh? Yeah, there you go. I think now, the first item, on A, it uses the word detail, and I think it should be sophisticated. Architecture of existing structure appears much more developed or I guess sophisticated is a better word than detailed. Okay, so on B, change the word must. The project is within the fire area and must and has to or must be, not should, but must be designed with appropriate materials.
Or shall.
Or shall, yeah, okay. On F, I'm not sure the word correct is the appropriate adjective, but I guess it's good enough. Okay. All right, let's go to the next one, number 2. This is, okay. I think nice project. I think that doesn't sound like an architectural comment. I wish eliminate on A. I would just say mass Vulcan scale and architectural quality and the architecture of the project are acceptable. On item D, eliminates the word look to and just say make door and window divisions harmonious. Okay, and that's all I have for 2. Anybody else?
No.
Okay.
I want to make sure, John, can you hear us and can we hear you?
Well, yeah, but I can't get to the comments on item 2.
Are you not seeing the screen at all?
Yeah, I see the 2.
Oh, you need to keep scrolling. You need to scroll down. You need to scroll.
Or
Josh,
you can open the file in your own, computer and look at it that way. Or Josh, can you just scroll down there so John can see? Or stay in step, Alex?
okay, so let's go to.
Okay, there it is there.
Okay. Let's go to 3. Let's go to 3 then. Okay, all right. Okay.
I think, things like happy to see is not good commenting. So the board appreciates the revisions to this development.
Okay, there you go.
And same with B, the board supports the low hung appearance of the art.
And then C, the new architectural style is very appropriate to the site. Okay, are we good with 3?
Say so.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go to 4. This, which is the? Oh, I see the. Okay. Oh, that one. Okay. Okay, B. Okay, B. The first sentence. I'm going to move that one to the back of the second sentence to read. Scale, mass, and overall arrangement of forms, arches appears discontinuous and should be harmonized. Unified and simplified shapes to be in keeping with the desired Spanish colonial style, or with the Spanish colonial style. This how do I say that? With the proposed Spanish colonial style, because that's the one that they said they wanted to match. You get who's writing the minutes? Is it Joe or Leah? Who's writing this?
Joe.
Joe.
It's me. Yeah, it's me, and I've got that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Let's go to C here. I think it should say C should say return with site and landscape plan that shows site circulation. Okay, I'm sorry. Return with site and landscape plan that shows site circulation. Okay. The D would be a little bit stronger because we said that the relationship between the ADU and the main house it's all, and doesn't relate to the circulation on the site. Okay, that's all I have on that. Okay with everybody or anything else?
I think there's one comment. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I just want to make sure I got the last part of Alex's comment. So I have relationship between two structures is awkward. And what was the second piece about site circulation?
Awkward what did I say? It's not regarding the circulation on the site, you know, like.
I actually think, Alex, what we were really talking about, I don't know if we use the word awkward, but it's the hierarchy of the thing. Like, and this will go into this other, I think this other comment that didn't get in here, I think might go to this, but we asked the applicant to return with some information defining how they're combining the two adjacent lots. Currently, in the presentation, we were told that the owner of this property also owns the adjacent property to the west. And it seems to be the way the project's being cited is an organization around joining these two properties together. So it kind of contributed to the location of the ADU, in my opinion, because in a typical configuration, the ADU wouldn't be where it is because you'd be entering the property and going straight to it. But it appears that they're trying to really organize themselves around the adjacent properties, and so it's not clear how they're kind of prioritizing the site from a hierarchical standpoint, like in a sense of entry and things that normally good, good practice. Yeah.
Okay, I agree with that. So why don't we do this? Leave D as it is, but add one more before. Clarify if access, clarify if access will be through the adjacent property, and how is that, and the, I guess the legal structure is that we're looking for some kind of a document that shows that that works, right? Because right now it would be illegal to do it like that, right? Yeah, something like okay. Indicate the relationship to with the property, indicating the site plan, how access is provided, if access is provided through the neighboring property on the west.
Yeah, and I wanted to add to that, provide the legal explanation of how that works. You know, they're not formally merging the properties, so I think there may be zoning and property line issues there if they're just assuming they can do that.
Good. You got that, Joe? Is that good?
Yeah, I think I got that. So we added in an item above with 2 sentences, and then I kept the study relationship between ADU and main house the same.
And I think E talks about north and south, but it's not north and south. I think it's east and west, right?
Show all adjacent properties.
Right. No, but this is, I think what happened, the site plan was turned, and maybe we said north and south, but it really means how it relates, because Padaro Lane's on the north, so you know it's a different thing. I think we're concerned more about the east and west, I think. Right.
Joe, did you get my comment about you know, coming to the board and providing a clear explanation of how the 2 properties are being joined together legally or otherwise?
So I have for the one comment I have, clarified access will be through the adjacent property on the west, and then provide the legal explanation to how the access will be obtained.
Yeah, and I think it's access and joining the 2 properties. It's not necessarily access. It's actually, they're doing their site planning based on the idea that they have 2 properties joined together. And I don't think, I'm not sure how that works from a legal standpoint, but yeah, it's just an unusual condition. It's weird what they're doing. Not weird per se. It just kind of changes the rules of how you look at it. And
yeah, and one thing as well for a piece like this, the planner, once a planner is not yet assigned, but once a planner is assigned, that is a component that we as staff look at, and we will confirm that it's meeting all of our standards and legal access is provided. So that's something that the planner, once one is assigned, can go into as well.
All right. Well, Mr. Chair, I would recommend that this project doesn't get back on our agenda until planners looked at it.
And it will not. Projects all are allowed to get one conceptual review, and then following that, a planner must be assigned and must allow the project to return.
Oh, it's an imperative. Okay, thanks. Just a quick pause here, folks. I'm noticing a lot of stuff showing up in the chat window. I want to make sure these aren't public comment that we missed. We've got Valerie Bent asking, she's a resident of Carp, would like to know if she can read her letter. And I got Maureen Catherine Foley says, how do I indicate that we'd like to comment on an agenda item? This is a different format than just 2 weeks ago. So
we get to the item, Josh. These are not.
Yeah, I just think they're confused. Look, Leah, can you type in some responses to that and let them know how our agenda's been changed today and how they get involved in these different hearings?
So I'm taking care of the comments, indirect comments to them, so that it doesn't end up on this giant board with everybody to see. But I resolved all the issues or all the concerns that these people have.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure everybody's heard. Sorry. Continue to item. Nothing to look at on item 5, guys. Item 6. Anything there?
No, I think it's good. We went through that. It was good comments, Joe. We spent a lot of time on this project. I think it was a good note.
Okay, item 7 doesn't have any comments. Item 8.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, item 9 has a few comments.
Those were basically brought forward from the last meeting, so those aren't good comments. So I think we've already refined those.
So how did we solve that? I mean, basically,
It was going to go forth our previous comments because we still felt that they were important, even though we basically have no purview there.
I'm going to silence myself from the next.
I know. It's tough. Oh, for item 10, yeah. Okay.
All right, well, I'll take the lead here. Let's see. Oh, my camera turned on. On item 2, Joe, or item B, it says board member suggests, say one board member or one member instead of board. So one member prefers wait for planning commission, yada, yada, and then one board member suggests the applicant remove the unit.
Those should actually be separate comments because,
Yeah, that's a good idea.
yeah, so A is some board members support the project, B is one member prefers to wait, and C is one board member suggests the applicant remove one's unit.
I think
then,
item C should read board finds proposed colors and materials acceptable. Just so it's clear. Appreciation translates into
that doesn't make sense.
which one?
D, addition of slope roof helps provide vertical interest.
Anybody remember that one?
I remember that, well, we kind of liked what happened on the ends of the structure, and we suggested that it could also happen in the middle, but I don't think it has anything to do with vertical interest. So the addition of a slope
Or
roof,
just omit the word vertical.
yeah. Addition of slope roof and central building could help to provide interest in
I
structure.
would say, yeah. Well, I think it's kind of consider slope. Yeah, I think consider study of the slope roof and the central, or basically what we're talking about is the central portion of the building creating more articulation, right? And so I think the comment was that if you put another, if you looked at a slope roof there, it might do that. Is that the idea?
Yeah, I think it was too boxy, though. I think I think we just keep it simple and just say consider adding sloped roof and central portion of building.
Yeah, I think so. And I would put same for E. I would say consider concrete board form finish to the split face block on carports, or study. Yeah, I think both of them, that's the term to use, Joe, is consider and study, blah, blah, blah. Consider and study a slope roof, the central portion of the building, you know, consider and study adding concrete or board form finish to split face block at carports. Well,
I think we all like the board form better than the split face. So I think that one actually stands up. Board members,
right.
Most board members prefer the board form finish to the split face.
That's what I'm saying, just to put it at, you know, consider, I mean, it's their choice whether they do it or not. We just give them suggestions. So I'm just trying to distinguish when it's one member on something and have things that have a little bit more unanimity.
Right.
Like somebody didn't like the split rail fence railing. Is that accurate?
I don't remember that.
Who didn't like that?
Split rail fencing.
Do you remember who said that, Joe?
I do not remember who said that.
Wasn't me.
Wasn't me. Maybe it was, had to be Valerie. So
Yeah, it may have been Val.
we can leave, that one can stand. And then restudy tree lists and locations. Trees proposed at the east end will further inhibit mountain views. Board recommends incorporating olive trees at east end. I'll let you handle that one, Chris.
Yeah, there was no consider olive trees at East End. It was bring the comments that we made previously still stood up, and that was to include more oaks and sycamores, and that, you know, the trees that were chosen are inappropriate. I don't know where that didn't make it in here, but restudy tree lists and locations. Trees proposed at the east end will further inhibit mountain views. That's fine. And then it should say, I think we can almost bring those other comments from the previous meeting. In other words, consider the addition of more oaks and sycamores, and reduce or eliminate the lophostomins and the paperbark trees, as they are not desirable species. And they had basically eliminated olives, but I think olives are a good choice. So it could say, board recommends incorporating olive trees, oaks, and sycamores in lieu of lophostomin and melaleuca. Does that help, Joe?
Yeah, it does. Could you repeat the two names that you just said?
Lophostomin, L-O-P-H-O. Oh boy. What? Am I spelling here? Yeah. L-O-P-H-O-S-T-O, Lophosto, M-E-N, I think. And then just put paperbark tree. I don't want to spell melaleuca right now.
Okay.
Lazy. Hey, Joe, there's
Yeah.
I made a lot of noise in the meeting about this project being well designed within the current and existing planning and zoning requirements. So I think, we're kind of gotten into this one member this, one member that on this thing, but I definitely wanted some comments to go forward for Planning Commission to hear at least my opinion. That I think this project was, given the constraints of the site, and it's well designed and appropriate given the current zoning implement. And I don't know how to say that succinctly, but we have a zoning, we have a building code, and we have a zoning ordinances, and we have a general plan, and this project seems to comply with that, and it's working inside of the rules that we have today and the allowances we have today, and it seems to be well designed within that. There's a lot of discussion about whether or not this project's appropriate or not, and I think people are having planning discussions that they'd like to have, and they should have, but this wasn't the right forum. And I just think it's important that this project have something attached to it that, at least from me, that states this thing's done well, this project's done well within the current environment that we're in. Unless somebody changes the ordinances or the general plan or the code, it's hard to find fault with it. It's been comprehensively designed. So I'd like some help forming that comment, but one member thinks project's appropriately, has appropriate density, has appropriate design, and has appropriate mass bulk and sale, is cited well in relationship to what's available to it in the current code and current zoning implement and ordinances and plan.
Well, you could say it's an appropriate response to the constraints imposed on the site.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
No,
Good.
but I also think, that it's like since everybody wants to talk about planning issues, and
Yeah.
one member here wants to remove units. I'm vehemently against that idea. I think that it's working inside of its allotted unit count, which is a matter of planning, not a matter of architectural design.
So, Josh, we need to have comments here. We're just getting into philosophical conversations. Can we wrap this up? And if you want to add the comment, let's just add the comment.
That's why I said, can you guys help me form a comment around that? That's why I said that.
So,
I think
so I
John
have a draft that I put together. I can read it, and then you guys can edit as necessary if that works.
Yeah, Chris's point, I didn't want to enter it into the record like a philosophical discussion. I just want to make a comment that balances out Chris's comment about wanting to remove units, and I want another comment to balance that. I guess one member believes that the appropriate amount of density, mass, bulk, and scale is well designed within the current constraints of the site and the planning implement in place. I think that's what John added. I think that'd be fine.
That's good. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for tolerating that.
Yeah,
I think
so-
we're done with the.
Also, Joe, I think there's maybe a little clarification in A on this one. Some board members support the project. First sentence is fine. For further development of the east and west ends. I don't think it's just the elevation. East and west ends of the building.
Okay, east and west ends of the building.
Yeah, and then same with the second, with B, one member prefers to wait for planning commission review until additional study is made on east and west ends of building.
Okay.
All right, anything else? I think that was about it for that one, right? Do we have a motion to approve the minute? Someone want to make a motion
I'll make the motion to approve the minutes as corrected.
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
I abstain for item number 10.
Yeah, and I need to abstain from all items except for 10. And I think I was there for 8 and 9 also. So I have to abstain from items C1 through 7. I think that's how that worked. Yeah. Okay, good. Moving on.
I don't know if we have, I'm just curious here, sorry, but do we have quorum there?
I don't think we
Right.
have to have for that section. Is that right,
Okay.
Leah, Joe? We have an overall quorum, but can somebody speak to that from staff?
I believe that it's fine if certain members recuse themselves from the review of specific items on the minutes and vote on them as a whole to approve them. I think as a whole, as long as we have a quorum, it's fine.
That's what I remember before.
Very good, thank you.
Okay,
Just
so
wanted to know.
SBAR members, informational briefings, anyone from the board have anything to share?
I do. I think Alex and I both do. Alex and I have been kind of consorting and trying to find opportunities to invite other members to our board. We have empty seats here. Yeah, and I actually just noticed somebody on the call here today that left a voicemail for me that I'm going to follow up on. I'll keep him anonymous at the moment, but I just realized I missed that call. So I've got one person inquired, but I don't know, Alex, between you and I, we've talked to probably at least 10 or 15 people, different architects in the community. Chris, you kind of, I don't know if you heard the news, but we've been talking to the supervisor. I forget which one. Alex can tell you. But
The district supervisor is John Hartman, and
Yeah.
we haven't been doing much. It's been 8 months since this vacancy, 9 months, and they're really waiting for a recommendation from us. Apparently, the informal system is like when a person leaves, it kind of needs to recommend somebody else, like Lori just did. And Doug left without really doing that, and it's kind of a little bit hard to find architects who live on the southern part of the 3rd district, which is what they would prefer. But they will make an exception because it's really, most architects really live on the 2nd district. And anyway, so that's where we are.
So we're looking for people. Yeah, I was talking to people as well, and it just kind of petered out. So if anyone's listening, wants to be on the board, it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, yes, just contact me, and I'm trying to collect the names and send them to the supervisor. So we're kind of all together. We have because they're looking for direction, right? I think it would be very hard to find a 3rd district resident, but that would be preferred.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Anything else from board members?
No,
Nope. Okay. Item 5, staff update.
I don't have any updates for today.
Okay, so then the next item is item 6, which is the consent agenda. And we reviewed item C1, which was 19 BAR 00214, the Mesner Elstrich Landscaping Modification Project. It was here for final consent, but did not have appropriate labeling for plant quantities and sizes and sizing of symbols on the plan. So we've given them an opportunity, and by the end of the day, to bring that back to us. Do it. Otherwise, it'll be pushed to the next agenda. So I don't know if we need a motion for that, Leah, or if we just kind of leave it open until the end of the meeting and then do a motion.
What, Joe, do you have the contact information for the architect for that project, so we can let them know that they have the opportunity to make those changes before the end of the meeting? I was looking through my emails, and I only have Willow listed as a contact for that project.
So I don't, it was Keith Bartlett. I don't immediately have Keith's contact info, but I can work with Willow in the background to get.
Yeah, if we could get it off our plate today, that would be great. So let's wait until the end of the meeting to either continue it or have it be heard, if you guys don't mind.
Okay, sounds good. And actually, Josh, that reminded me, Josh, if you haven't already, you might want to download all of these items that we're going to be seeing today, because people aren't getting the message that when submitting projects, our PDF files, your PDF files need to be between 10 and 15 megs, 7, 8 megs, or 30 or 50 megs, because it becomes cumbersome with this stuff. So if your project is 80 megs divided into a bunch of 15 megabyte files that are easy to open and make sense. All right, so that's our consent. We'll come back to that. So let's move on then to our standard agenda. As previously noted, items 1, 2, and 3 will be heard at a later date, which brings us to item 4, which is 20 BAR 00021, slow cultivation, for further conceptual review of new landscaping, lighting, and expansion of existing stormwater detention basins. And I'll repeat today that, just as a reminder, this board has a certain purview, and it is basically an aesthetic board. So we'll be looking mainly at any arts, neighborhood compatibility. We're not here to debate whether or not marijuana is the appropriate use for this parcel. So when I know there are many commenters today, so when you do comment, try and be brief. For one, you'll be given 2 minutes, and also we don't have control over, whether or not this is going to be a pot farm or if it should be something else. That aesthetics.
We're also not traffic planning either. I think you should add that. I know there's a lot of commentary about traffic patterns, like the amount of traveling trips or whatever. I mean, I don't even know how to even talk traffic like that. So we're really only looking at design responses in relationship to county policy around how vehicles should enter and exit public right-of-ways and drives and so forth. So, keep your comments about, traffic and those sort, send those on to appropriate agent, part of the agency, which is the County Roads Department, right? I don't know. Where do we direct people to that? Or the Planning Commission?
Yeah, probably Planning Commission. And also, one of the major themes that I noticed in the letters as I read last night is the odor. And after talking with staff earlier this morning, we don't have any purview over that either. So I'd like, actually, I think Joe or Leah, could one of you speak to the board and everyone else and let us know exactly what, or possibly the planner, what we can comment on and what members of the public should focus their comments towards for the SBAR.
I have a quick question too, just before you jump in there, Leah. I see we have a folder here called Canvas comment letters. Are these all related to the SLO project?
No, they're all kind of for all 4 projects, but we're only seeing one of the 4 today. So, oh, there's one that's specific. So I think generally speaking, they were for all 4 projects.
And there's one of them in here that's specific to the SLO production facility. Is that what you said?
There's 2. There's 2.
Okay. Who's saying that?
Good morning, board. My name is Sabrina on behalf of the applicant. Within the folder, there is a letter of support and a letter of opposition that relates specifically to this project.
So that's in the folder. Okay, so then going back, can we have Joe or the planner speak to the odor issue and whether or not that's part of the SR purview, please?
Hi everyone, this is Gwen. I'm the planner on the project. So I'm just wanting some clarification on what you're asking for me to say right now. Are you hoping for me to elaborate on the proposed odor plan or just to confirm that odor is not in SBAR's purview?
Right. Yes, I noticed that most or many of the letters, where the odor was the concern. So it does have purview over odor. Is that part of neighborhood compatibility?
Got it. Okay, yeah, definitely. So no, so yeah, I saw that in the letters as well, and the odor heavily industrial hygienist, and we have a lot of requirements in our ordinance that pertain to the odor plan. So that's not something that SBAR should focus on today at all. Thank you.
Okay. Can you please elaborate on what we should focus on today so that we can kind of parse this out? Because what I'm seeing here is truck access, like vehicle access, odor, and then planning issues around whether or not there should be allowed use in the area or not. Discussion about neighborhood in terms of what's appropriate for it and what's not. As far as I know, everything that's being presented today complies with the planning implements in terms of what's allowed usage. It's been reviewed in terms of parking, and it's been reviewed in terms of traffic study. It's been reviewed by planning, and now it's sitting at our board for things like landscape and architectural elements, right? And
that's exactly right. Yeah.
Neighborhood compatibility relationship to architecture and landscape design.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, thanks for asking that. And just to clarify, so today SBAR should focus on the lighting, the landscaping, the grading for that detention basin, and expanding the existing detention basins. And then the last thing that SBAR should focus on is the access. And as you may remember, the access is over a neighboring parcel. So they have essentially an easement. So SBAR can focus on that access, just that existing access. So anything on the neighboring non-project parcels, like tree removal, for instance, that should not be focused on today. That would not be part of your review. So just to summarize, the lighting, landscaping, grading, and then anything related to the aesthetics of the access way. So
Okay,
yeah,
and
you're
then
exactly
the
right.
grading specific, what I heard you say in the grading comment there, grading explanation is that some retention basins that are proposed. So specifically, what would be the Board of Architectural Review's purview over a review of the grading, and the grading specifically to create retention basins? I assume it's about appropriate location and appropriate looking sculpting of the land. Is that?
That's exactly right. Yeah, that's exactly right. So related to the aesthetics, and just to kind of give you a summary of the grading. So it's a storm water detention basin, and it's a requirement of flood control. So yeah, it's something that has been reviewed heavily by other county departments. That said, grading typically is part of SBAR's review, so you're welcome to comment on it if you have comments.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I think just a quick announcement to everybody who's joined us today that wants to speak on this. Like, you know, I think just putting everybody on notice, if you're not here to talk about those things and you want to talk about other things, that's your purview. But it's not going, we're not going to be able to respond to you, and we're going to hold you to 2 minutes. You know, everybody has the right to speak. Everybody has the right to voice their opinion, whatever it is. But we're in the interest of due process here and good order, we're going to limit you to 2 minutes. And if you want to be constructive, speak on those issues. We will respond to those issues and look with you how to make this the best outcome possible at this step of the game. And know that you, if you want to speak about those other issues, you can work with the planning staff or the planning commission to get your grievances or opinions or concerns addressed at the appropriate setting. And this is, you know, this is important because we have a lot of work to do here, and we do not want to derail our process going outside of our purview. I don't know if that's clear enough, but.
Yeah, okay, very good. So let's move into the presentation then. We have, who do we have presenting? Your names for the record, please.
Good morning. My name is Sabrina Noah with the applicant Slow Cultivation, doing business as Cresco. It's my pleasure to be here today, Mr. Chair and Board. We greatly appreciate the ongoing support, the many questions, and the opportunity to present this these revised plans to you. My sole purpose on this call is to introduce my technical team, who will be leading a majority of the discussion. Most importantly, to pivot off your comments, Mr. Chair, let the representatives of the community know that we are continuing to listen to all of their feedback. We have made significant changes to the proposed plan over the period of our review with the SBAR, with your wonderful feedback and the wonderful way the community has been able to share their opinions. So I don't want to belabor the point. We are listening. We are continuing to do the best we can to ensure that this plan conforms with neighborhood compatibility, is the best that it can be for the community, while still fulfilling the opportunity available to us within the purview of the board. So thank you so much for your time. As always, we appreciate, as volunteers and representatives of the community, this is a challenging and very fun experience during COVID. But I wanted to let the members of the board and the community know that we are here, and the feedback is not going unheard. So thank you so much. And with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our technical team, Nathan Eady of SES Engineers, who will be hopefully addressing with a great amount of preparation the outstanding questions. As a resident of Santa Barbara, it's been exciting to be here, and we really look forward to presenting the best project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, do we have, I'm sorry, Leah, just real quick, I don't see comments with the agenda.
Hang on a second. Let me run this. So Nathan and Scott, we have a lot of comments. How do you feel is the best way to move forward? Should I read these one by one and have you address them one by one, or do you have a presentation prepared that will go through these?
Has a presentation prepared to address each comment one by one. think the easiest thing in the past comments and annotated them. They're in our different documents.
So Josh is controlling the computer screen and the plans. So you can tell him where you want him to go for those items. So again, we'll go through these one by one. You can tell him, respond and tell him where to go to show them on the plan. So, excuse me. First comment, show access from Via Real to this property to address complaints regarding traffic. A1 plot plan, show connection of road to Foothill Road.
Okay. So those are essentially kind of two different things. So let's take the Via Real statement first. So we have a specific photo log that we created. So based on VAR and community feedback, we went and we did kind of a walking viability analysis of whether or not the project could revert vehicular access from Via Real. One thing that's important to know, you can kind of see it on the edge of the screen there in the bottom right. So the project has already received a condition letter from CARP Fire, which mandates that our vehicular access to the project has to meet a minimum 20-foot width. And so that has serious repercussions on whether or not we can meet that legal standard for access from Via Real. Basically, the first about 2,300 linear feet coming directly north off Via Real would not be a problem. It's a pretty broad, well-paved private road. But once you get to the southern side of the Ocean Breeze parcels, at that point, there is the vehicular path that exists today meanders through some greenhouses, and there are multiple locations where the access goes well below the 20 feet. Mostly the road that runs along the northern edge of those Ocean Breeze parcels that we would have to pass through rarely exceeds 14 linear feet, so we'd be well short of meeting the fire department standard. So if we want to scroll through this just a little bit, just as kind of an indication. So there's the note where I've highlighted that the fire department wants a full 20-foot width. Keep going down. So like I said, that first south to north run coming off Via Real would not be an issue. On the aerial photography, if you're looking at it in Google Earth, etc., it looks like there would be a road that would continue north from that. In fact, that doesn't exist. The area on the west side of that existing greenhouse is unimproved dirt and drainage. And then when you get to so that's where in that map you're seeing that green dotted line. And then where you would, if you were to actually try and create a road there, continue that vehicular path up towards our property, there is some significant SoCalGas infrastructure. That's that gray piping in the top right-hand picture. Okay. So that is like regional SoCalGas pipeline headers. So it would not be a small feat to try and relocate all of that to open that pathway up. So,
sorry, Nathan, not to hurry. I just want to keep this moving quickly. Sure. So I think you've addressed the connection from Via Real. Okay. What about the show connection of road to Foothill that, like you said?
Okay, so if you go to our primary set of plans, so that's marked as, it's a blend of the architecture, fencing, everything. And it's on page 6 of the PDF.
Gosh.
Two more up. Down one. There you go.
Yeah, see again, 43 megabytes. This is going to take a while. So I would suggest downloading that because we're just going to have to wait for it to.
The problem are the flattened layers. You need to flatten the layers when you put them in the PDF.
Thank you so much for the feedback. Hopefully we won't have to come back. This will be it, but going forward, we'll make sure to address that concern. This technology is very challenging, so your patience is appreciated.
Okay, so page 6 of the PDF, or if you're looking at the sheet identifiers in the bottom right, it's A1.
wrong. What's challenging is people that don't learn how to use computers. All right, hold on. Damn it. I have to switch things around to do this. Okay, I got it open, Chris, on my desktop here, and it seems to be finally working. I was kind of working on that before, but here we go. Okay, so
Gonna share your screen again.
and now I gotta move it to a different app here. And ready. There it is. Okay, here we go. There we go. So page 1, 2. So tell me where you want to be.
6.
6. Sheet
Very
A1.
well.
Okay. So maybe we can zoom into that top portion. We're basically looking for the connection from Foothill into the site, which
It's really weird. Is that good?
Yep. So as you can see in the top right, so you've got the existing vehicular entry there. You pass through the first security gate, so that provides gated access for. There's actually basically 4 different parcels that take access through that same driveway. So one of the things based on and I know we don't want to go down this tangent too much, but based on community feedback, it became apparent to us that as trucks come into this gate, and let's say they want to go to the next parcel over, which is an actual palm tree nursery, they have to stop and unlock that gate, wait for it to open, etc. And so as a condition of the project, we've made arrangements with the property owner to leave that gate open during business hours so that vehicles that are entering the project site but want to go to other parcels because they have nothing to do with the cannabis operation will no longer have to stop and idle at that gate, potentially stack back out onto Foothill. So the access path goes forward, and then you either hang a left and curve around through the house and the barn that we've shown, and you enter the actual project parcel at that northeast corner. Or if you take that straight access path, that is for the benefit of the adjacent property owner. That other road crosses the property on the north side and goes to the palm tree nursery, which is on the western side of the project on a separate parcel.
okay. This kind of comment C kind of relates, I think, to this. Impacts, this is the comment, impacts on house at Highway 192. Need to address neighborhood compatibility for access to the site. I don't know, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, but I think the worry was going through one parcel to get to the other, and I think we've been told that at this point, it's not our purview to comment on the access through this adjacent site. We are basically picking up at the property line. Is that correct, Nicole? Or who was the planner? Sorry.
Gwen.
Hi, everyone. This is Gwen. So actually, you guys can comment on essentially that like 20-foot wide access road.
Okay.
So for instance, there's that entry gate, but anything on that parcel that's not on that access road is not your purview for today.
Right. So what is this is a question for the applicant. Is that an actual delineated roadway? What's the material? Is it existing to remain? Is it going to be paved?
Sure. So while I talk about that, if you want, we have very similar graphics to this, only they're colorized landscape graphics, which are pages 15 and 16 of the same PDF. So 15 shows the existing condition, 16 shows proposed. So that that existing pathway, so that is existing paved asphalt, and it meets the 20-foot wide minimum required by the fire department. So we have no proposed changes to that existing access gate, that existing roadway. It all meets the fire department standard and the functionality that we need right now. So it's an existing condition to stay.
Okay, Josh, page 15 and 16, please. Okay.
So this is the existing condition today. So you've got the paved road obviously shown in the dark gray. So that is existing asphalt. Where it enters into the actual project parcel, it stays asphalt running down the length of the property on that eastern edge. But if you continue into what is an informal parking area right now, it's just unimproved dirt with cars parking under the overlying avocado orchard.
Okay.
So we have no proposed changes to the access path from Foothill to where you get to our project parcel. It's already paved asphalt. And then we've notated up there towards Foothill, the area that would be revegetated hopefully soon by Caltrans, and where the property owner for that adjacent parcel has already replanted avocado trees to help rescreen that area after the disturbance occurred related to the bridge replacement. So if we go ahead and scroll to the next page. Okay, so so here are the changes that obviously not a whole lot. So as you enter the actual project parcel, what is an informal parking area right now will be upgraded to meet actual fire department and public works standards. So it's already relatively level. It will have to actually be road-based with true decomposed granite, along with a fire department access lane that runs the length of Greenhouse 1. You can see the development of the new detention basin with the surrounding native plant restoration, and then the rest of the avocado orchard to remain. And then on the southeastern portion of the property, again, where it's just dirt right now, that will be upgraded to a Class 2 DG base as well, because that is where cannabis trucks will back in south of Greenhouse 4 to have cannabis loaded and taken off site. Up by Foothill Road, the adjacent property owner has agreed to plant a new batch of avocado trees to the right of the entry access to finish filling in the screening that was lost when that driveway on Foothill was relocated as part of the bridge replacement project.
Okay. Let's see here. Comment D, include existing photos of what is there now and existing conditions.
Yeah, we have an entire photo log for existing conditions that I specifically built to correspond to kind of these, pertinent areas of interest.
Where are those for Josh to bring up?
Separate PDF. It's called Slow Cultivation SBAR Photo Log.
Okay, let's just scroll right through these, or do we need to, should we stop and you want to explain?
I try to kind of create a logical flow so that everybody can understand it. So you've got the photo points, obviously, on the left on the aerial map, and then what those represent in the first person photos on the right. So this shows the right of way that's already been refenced and has some basic planting, but will be further revegetated by Caltrans. And then you'll see this is the area looking towards the corner of property that gets, more towards the adjacent neighbor's house. That is the area where the property owner has agreed to replant additional avocados to fill in the lost screening.
Keep going, Josh.
Keep scrolling down. So that is the existing access gate to enter the properties. Photo 4 is right after you go through that gate. So you can see avocados that have already been replanted on the right-hand side. They're obviously still juvenile because they've only been in the ground for maybe a year. But there's an entire line of avocados already behind the fence running along Foothill, and then there's another line of avocados to the left of those cars.
And so while we're looking at this, photo 3, to the left of the gate, there's a plan for additional avocados to be planted, yes?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's an area between the barn and the adjacent property to the east that still needs avocados to fill in the screening there.
All right, let's keep going, Josh.
Photo 4 gives you guys an example of the existing, how the road is already paved and, in workable condition. Okay. It's a good shot of it. And then 5 gives you a view. So this is, if you were to continue on, so this is the road that tends to confuse everybody who hasn't physically visited the site. So we have a private access easement that crosses through the property on the north side. That is not utilized by the project. That's for the benefit of the palm tree nursery that's on the western side. It can't take access from Foothill because the Arroyo Paradon Creek lies between it and Foothill. So just wanted to provide some clear photos so everybody understands. Photo 6 is a good example of that is the project's existing 7-foot tall chain link security fence. As part of putting in the new stormwater basin, that fence will be replaced with a wildlife friendly fence. It's wood posts with steel cable so that it shows to humans this is property, you shouldn't cross it, but animals can freely maneuver in and out of the new basin area after that's revegetated with native plants. Okay. Keep scrolling down. So these just continue down that road, and you can see that's the palm nursery when you get to the end of that access road. So that's of no use to the project, but valuable for you guys to understand so you can orient yourself to the moving parts here. So this is the actual access path used by the project. So again, 20-foot wide existing asphalt paving, meanders between the existing house and the barn, and then enters the property that we actually have the cannabis project on at that northeast corner. Keep going down. So this is the secondary security gate that's actually used by Cresco. So again, no changes are needed to that. It's a sliding gate that allows access to the parking area that will be improved or the access road that proceeds to the south. You can see in photo 12, that's a portion of the existing greenhouse 2, with no structural modifications proposed to that either. You can see the informal parking is already occurring right now under the avocado trees. That's a good view looking between those parked cars. Right now, it's just dirt that's been naturally compacted through years of parking on it. That will actually be rebased with DG to meet fire department standard. Photo 14 is an example of sort of the dilapidated, avocado orchard that will be removed and replaced with the stormwater basin and then revegetated with native species instead of being replanted with avocados. Keep scrolling down. So this is looking back towards another view. Photo 16 is another view of the avocado orchards that will be removed for the basin. Photo 15 is going down the western property line. So you've got the existing greenhouse on your left, stormwater basin foreground, and then a line of pretty significant bamboo, which screens this property from the palm tree nursery on the west side. That basin will be enlarged slightly, but the bamboo will stay. Okay, going down. This is the opposite side of the property. So this is existing paved road running down the eastern edge of the cannabis parcel. You can see the active greenhouse there on your right. No changes proposed to either that greenhouse or the fencing. Getting down to the southern side of the property in photo 18, this is an area where you've got a line of pine trees that run along the southern property line of the project parcel. Those will remain in place. That grassy dirt area in the foreground, again, that will be rebased in DG so that it meets fire department standards. And that is where small cannabis box trucks will be pulled up to load cannabis that's produced out of the greenhouse. Just kind of a couple of alternative views there. That is existing stormwater basins, particularly in photo 19, that stormwater basin will remain in its existing condition. And then 20 is the same basin already seen from a different angle. That one will be expanded slightly. Bamboo on the left will remain.
Okay, good. Is that it?
That's it.
The photos. Okay, so let's see. Clarify road widths you did. Show buildings adjacent to entry or driveway you did. Clarify parking area. Expanded or changing what you did. Show where tractor trailers turn around on site.
Well, you guys are gonna hate me, but I have a separate PDF for that. So that's called slow cultivation truck access graphic.
We listened very clearly, Mr. Chairman, with a lot more photos this time. So thank you for your continued patience.
I have a much better idea of the site now, so I think we all do.
Good.
So.
That's wonderful. Again, this wonderful team appreciates the opportunity to kind of come before you and make sure you have a full understanding.
Okay, so what I tried to do was break down the different access paths based on the size and the type of trucks that are used. Again, I think the community has seen a fair number of truly large semi trucks with a full 40-foot length flatbed. Most of those are coming and going to the actual palm tree nursery. The palm tree nursery produces, I don't know, probably 48, 60-inch box palm trees. So the only way to get them out is on a full flatbed. So again, we don't have much control over that other than to leave that security gate open during daytime hours now so that those trucks don't have to stop and idle out there by the houses. So as far as the cannabis operation goes, on the map on the left, we try to show the actual path of travel. On the right, the example of the type of truck that is used and the frequency in which it comes and goes from the property. So for these smaller trucks, they drive into the property because they are maneuverable. They can just turn around in the parking area, or a lot of times what they do is they actually make a 3-point turn where there's that split in the road, and they back their way up to the corner of the property so that they can just offload off the back of the truck and then drive straight out. So blue reflects them making the 3-point turn, backing their way onto the property, and then yellow shows them driving straight out. And then if you scroll down farther, so
I think the concern is big semis, so why don't we just get right to that?
Generally trucks that deliver, that's how material the cannabis requires.
SBAR is struggling with provide more information on the site plan showing existing and proposed vehicular access. We did that. Elements can be screened and mitigated with landscaping. All right. Do we want to, were there any changes to the landscape plan? Do you want to go through that real quick? I do want to hurry things along because we still have a lot to do today.
Sure. So if that other PDF is still available, I think the colorized landscape plans that we showed you just a couple minutes ago, we didn't really change much about the actual, functional content of the plans or anything like that. We just tried to do a better job of showing the whole of the site, what changes from existing to the proposed. Okay, so that is the largest, yeah, that one.
And we colorized it, if my memory serves me correct, Nathan, which was a specific request of yours, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So do we have, planting plan in there somewhere?
Do we have a what? Excuse me.
Well, planting plan and irrigation.
Yeah.
And all.
Yeah, so it's the actual zoomed in planting plans, because the only planting we're proposing is surrounding the stormwater basin.
Right.
That is, if you scroll up, so sheets 14. What the BAR was struggling with at that point was, how does this northern portion of our parcel fit in with the bigger picture?
Yeah, so basically, just for clarification's sake, and just to learn a little bit more about the grading, this is basically just a big hole in the ground, right? This basin, it's not, you're not building it up with berms on all sides. And you're exporting the soil.
Yep. Yeah, it is almost exclusively cut. I believe it's something like 6,600 cubic yards of cut and only 300 cubic yards of fill. So really, it's all being accomplished by way of excavation. And then, you know, depending on the timing of when that work occurs, because this is presumably nice, clean soil, obviously we'll try and find a construction site somewhere else on the South Coast that's in need of 6,000 cubic yards of fill to receive.
Okay.
And as our planner kind of specified, I mean, we have two limiting factors here, and we've already been through this in great detail with County Flood Control, Coastal Commission staff, CDFW, et cetera. We looked for just about any other part of the parcel that could accommodate the basin, and this is the only place that has enough room. So that at that point, we have to meet the minimum volume required by flood control. So, you know, there's only so many factors we can deal with the basin. And this is within what's called an environmentally sensitive habitat buffer off of Arroyo Paradon Creek. And so we have agencies like CDFW, Coastal Commission, that would like us to keep the basin as far to the south as possible and err on the side of going deeper rather than broad and shallow, so that we're impacting as little of that ESH buffer as possible. And so we try to give the basin a bit of an organic shape rather than just a pure rectangle, et cetera. But spreading the basin out, you know, to kind of give it a more organic feel or something, there's just limits to what we can accomplish, because the more we impact in the buffer, the more those other agencies object to it. But we definitely listened to the early comments from the BAR. The plant palette has been revised significantly since our first design, maybe 3 iterations ago. And we have a lot more planting actually in the basin itself and surrounding it as understory than we had in previous design iterations.
All right, what about, I assume you have, well, the grading, I think we all kind of understand at this point. Is there lighting plan? Or is it different from does it differ from the last meeting? I guess would be the question.
It does, just in that we discussed with the BAR previously. So yes, there are lighting sheets. Let's see, it's page 8. There you go. So the only thing that's changed is that we discussed with the board previously, requests from the biological agencies were that we take lighting that had originally been proposed on the north wall of the largest greenhouse, and take those off of the greenhouses and mount them on the fence in the reverse direction, so that light shines away from the basin area instead of towards it, so that we reduce, you know, potential light spill for wildlife and stuff using that new restored basin area. Other than that, it's the same lighting plan you guys saw before.
All right. Is there anything else that you need to or want to present this time?
No, I would just say that this set includes the actual civil engineered grading plans for the basin, if you guys would like to look at them at the very end. But I think what's of more value is we lifted that topo line work out of the civil engineer's CAD file and basically superimposed it on virtually every other sheet in this set. So, you know, really, as you want to see the grading as it affects landscaping, architecture, et cetera, that basin is consistently shown on virtually every sheet throughout our plans.
Okay. Very good. So do we have any questions from the board? Just go ahead, throw them out there.
No, not for me.
Not for me.
Vice Chair Bloomer, questions?
Just about the lighting, how's that lighting used? Is that emergency lighting or like, sorry, I didn't say that right. Security lighting, or is that on all the time, or?
It's motion activated security lighting. So per state and local sheriff standards, they have to have a lot of lighting, and it's actually carefully reviewed by the local sheriff's department official, but it is motion activated only. So it only needs to come on either when, an intruder enters the property, or if the security guard, because there's 24-hour security on the site, walks, rounds of the property. And then I believe
think the distinction I'm looking, I think you answered it. I just want to make sure it's clear that it's security lighting and not architectural lighting, so that it doesn't get pushed into a different standard. So that's fine.
Okay. And is it, I don't know, what's the lumen on that? Is it 3,000? It looks like it's vicious LED lighting. Is that, I guess I guess that we would request is the minimal amount, but we'll do that for comments. So if there are no other questions from the board, we will go to public comment on this item. How to do this, Leah? Who do we have that we should this?
So we do have Maureen. Maureen, are you able to unmute yourself?
Yeah, I'm unmuted, so if you can hear me, just tell me when to go so I can get my full time.
Okay, yeah, say whenever you're ready. You'll have 2 minutes-ish, and go ahead whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you so much, all of you, for bringing this back. My first comment is just that this is the third time I've looked at this through the BAR, and it's really disappointing that at this late stage in the game, they're planned to go up before the Planning Commission on 10/7, and it's still, as you can see, we don't really know what's happening. And that's partially because they're not being honest. The applicant is not being honest. Parking is already happening at the adjacent parcel. So drive by any day of the week, it's not a secret. You can see where the parking is happening. You can see the trucks backed up. So I would really dispute their idea that that they're not having these big trucks. I actually started keeping notes. So I have refrigerator trucks coming in on 11:30 on Friday, or February 8th, 2019. A Marburg Honey Wagon, the things that dump out the porta potties. They have those coming in every week. They have huge offload Marburg flatbeds coming in on Sunday or Saturday mornings, early in the morning. They had a McCormick gas truck on the 22nd. They have many, many giant trucks coming off. So I love that they're trying to, did you notice that they said that the Palm Tree place was the ones getting the big trucks, but that the Palm Tree place was also using that little red side driveway. So if that's the case, there shouldn't be any backup. So it's just not, when things aren't adding up, it's because they're not telling the truth. So what we need to see is we need to see the trucks being off of Via Real. They presented that fire thing of the road being too narrow. Well, the property owner for Cresco also owns all the other property. He could easily widen that road and make it accessible. So Glasshouse Farms, which is down the road, they're completely using Via Real. They were the gold standard. They were the greatest, whatever. Follow their lead. All of these cannabis projects, you saw how many were stacked up today. They need to be using Via Real. So the last thing I want to say is that you don't see any, I want you to notice that Cresco didn't show any pictures of their greenhouse, like just a picture of the greenhouses. That's because they're ugly as sin. And we're sort of saying, oh, they're hidden from the road, they're hidden because of trees. Well, I've learned the hard way as the property neighbor next door that in ag, they can cut down trees anytime without notice. So those white greenhouses are basically like living next door to a Costco. Like I now live next door to a giant white box. We live on a beautiful farming area where I had hoped to raise my children, but I can't now because it's because of all the various problems. And I know you guys are design experts. So please don't think of this as, oh, they're farmers, we get to let them do what they want. This is a giant industrial white box. It needs to be as beautiful as a neighborhood. And you need to look at it in the context of expecting that the trees around it are not going to be there, because someday those trees won't be there and they're not really there now. So hope that's.
It's been way past 2 minutes, but that's okay.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, all right, thank you, Maureen. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak before we get to the letters?
May I speak? I'm Anna Carrillo.
Yep.
Can you hear me? Okay. My question on the roadways, I saw the pictures on the roadways. You know, it would be nice if we could do something with, you know, the Via Real. I understand the fire access is not allowed, but for fire access emergency, couldn't it be that then you use the foothill, but for the other small vehicles using the Via Real? So that is one comment. You know, another comment is, you know, just to repeat what Maureen said about, you know, making sure, you know, landscaping covers, you know, the view of the greenhouses from, you know, from the neighbors. You know, it's difficult to see these pictures, and I understand from Caltrans, they're waiting, you know, because they're, you know, because of the mudslide. But the property owner needs to do their part on what they can do for their screening. And then there's another speaker who would like to speak, Annie Bardock, or Annie, and she texted me, so I'm not sure how you get her to talk. So anyway, all right, well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Well, if she wants to speak, hopefully she can follow the link and jump on the GoToMeeting with us, and then we can get her up here.
I see her on the meeting. I don't know if she's still muted, but she is with us.
Okay. So, ma'am, if you want to unmute yourself, then you're able to speak. Sorry, what was the name again, Leah? Do you remember?
Annie Bardock.
Annie, oh, I see. Annie, are you there?
This is Maureen. I may be able to assist by having her call in through my line if she can't get through.
Okay, her name is up here, and it shows that she's on the phone. But Annie, if you can't, then go ahead and call through Maureen.
Sorry, I'm just calling her right now. I'll turn my. Okay. Annie, okay, go ahead and speak. You're, can you guys? I can hear you. Board, can you hear her?
Barely.
Why I can't be. I've hit is there a place to unmute? I'm on the meeting, but it says no audio. It says camera. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, sometimes. If you, yeah, okay. Go ahead and speak. We can kind of hear you, but it disappears sometimes. So.
Okay. If you give me a direct line, I will call back on your line, if that would be best. I did dial the number that was on the screen, but you can't hear me?
No, we can actually hear you. So if everybody can be real quiet, we'll let you go ahead and speak. We can hear you, and you'll have 2 minutes from right now.
Okay. Two issues is that Cresco is a multi-billion-dollar cannabis Canadian company. They have tremendous assets. And this business about the fire road just does not make any sense. They're saying that there's a couple of places where they can't quite make it 20 feet. But they're not saying that the same owner owns all that property and that many of the farmers here for years have shared easements. That's actually the standard in this area with farming, to actually share a road if you can't get an easement. This could be done very simply, and this really needs more exploration. To take this at face value, I think Maureen Foley made a good point. We too, and so do all the neighbors and all the letters you've read, we see the trucks coming every day, Saturday, Sunday. We see them coming at night. No, they are not as described in this meeting. On the second point, I would add that putting in little avocado trees now would take around 25 years to provide any screening. That is almost an insult to this residential community. They tore down a full screen. And let me also point out that those avocado trees and other trees were over 8 feet tall. We know this because my husband's over 6 feet tall, and we would need a ladder for him to go to get the avocados on the fence side. So that's just completely untrue. What they have done is planted little baby plants. They are completely insufficient. They meet none of the requirements for replacing trees. We need fast-growing trees to provide the actual screen that we once had, and we need a committee to look into making a proper access road and protecting the residents, the children, the school buses, the bicyclists, the cyclists that are here every day that are now competing with their 18-wheelers. And this is just an easier, kind of cheaper way for them to say, oh, let's go with Via Real. This is not a problem when you own most of that property, which happens to be the case. And this really needs to be deferred and explored. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I don't know why this volume isn't working well, but okay, Leah, anyone else from the public that wishes to speak on this item?
Mr. Chair, I don't have any other requests at this time, but maybe we can go through the letters and then we'll offer another chance to speak at the end of that review.
Yeah, and how should we deal with the letters? Because many of them were sort of directed towards all 4 of these projects. So,
well, I think we should, Chris, I think we should just focus on things that are relative to what the planner told us to do. So we've got,
Josh, go back to the folder that you were just in, because there was a letter in there specifically for this project.
Yeah,
so,
there is 2 letters, one from Winfred and another one from Ron that are project specific. And then the others, as long as the board has read them and they acknowledge that letters were submitted, these letters don't actually need to be read into the record at this meeting.
Okay.
Okay, well, here they are. So I can attest to that, Alex. Alex Peugeot.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but what is the question?
We're being asked that we just affirm that we've read these letters and looked at them so that we don't have to spend time today reading these into the public record.
Right. Yes, I have. Yeah.
John, can you affirm that you've read and looked at these letters?
Yes.
Okay, and then for, I think from last meeting, Chris, was also noted that planning staff, if maybe can chime in here, these letters are being posted for public review on the county's website and accessible to the public, correct?
Yes, they are.
Okay.
Who does the public, if people want to view these, how do they get there?
So it'll be a box link, just like the SBARS box link, but it'll take them to the basic county website where it has the agenda, the unapproved minutes, and then any comment letters that are submitted. So it's just like you guys, they would just click on a link and it'll take them right to it. They can get to it from the county's website.
Okay. Very good. Although Leah, there were a couple letters in there that specifically asked to be read into the records. And I do believe that we need to do that. Is that correct?
So because members of the public are now able to participate in the meeting and make verbal public comment, we're not required to. But if you feel like it's a controversial project and it merits reading these letters into the record, then that's fine as well. But I don't believe that there's any legal obligation for you guys to do that. But if you'd like to, that's totally up to the board.
No, I think we set it up earlier, and many of them had the same concerns mentioned, and it was the traffic, which we don't have purview on, and nor do we on the odor. And those were the two main things with greening and other things, but the obvious stuff. So if there's no other public comment, then we'll close that portion. Put the messages here to make sure. Yeah, so we'll bring it back to the board for additional questions or comments. Let's see, Mr. Bertiak, do you have any comments, sir?
No, it seems that it's an improvement on what is already existing. So I have no comments on it.
Okay. Mr. Pujol?
I think the only question I have is regarding the architecture. Anything, I agree with the public commenter that, well, what's the story? Like the greenhouses we're not looking at them because the improvements only the parking area and the change of use or whatever the permit is does not require an improvement of the architecture. I would like an answer from the planner, perhaps.
Well, the agenda states this is for further conceptual review of new landscaping, lighting, and expansion of existing stormwater detention basins. That's the project description.
Okay, very good. That's it. Okay, very good. I just have a comment question. A comment to the presenter. I will start with comments. Okay. I think the presentation is very good, very thorough. I really appreciate the work, the time spent with the pictures and going through the presentation thoroughly. I will just, kind of like a comment advice when the civil drawings, the civil engineers have this bad habit of making sections where the horizontal dimension and the vertical dimension scales are different, like 2 to 1. So it's almost impossible for a normal person to visualize what is the actual form of the basin, of the catch basin, of the retention basin. And if you look, I think you keep going towards the end of that. It's like, I think there you go. I think there should be a law against this. I'm being facetious, but I advise the architect to draw these two sections on scale, and then if you stretch them to twice the length of the height, you can visualize that. You can see that the scope, the slope is not that big. They're about 10 feet deep, but they're very long and wide. And if you draw some vegetation next to this retention basin, the detention basin, you will see how it is much more mellow than it may seem to the untrained eye. I just want to make that comment because that seems to be like the main piece of the application, and it's really shown shown well in plan. But I think those sections really are just really very hard, not appropriate for a design review or even a planning commission type of meeting. It's very misleading. So I don't. We cannot look at the architecture. I don't really have a comment on the landscaping or the detention basin, the access. It seems fine. I wish there could be some more landscaping around the greenhouse, the other 3 sides. I'm not sure if that's part of the problem. It can be incorporated into the program or not, into the the job, the project description, the project scope, if you could incorporate some way to add any kind of landscape on this east, west, and south. But other than that, I think the presentation is fine.
Okay, Mr. Bloomer, comments?
My comments are, I think the retention basin and the way it's been proposed is acceptable and well defined. I think the internal driveways and the way they've been arranged and organized seem acceptable. I think the security lighting is acceptable. And the general landscaping for project, or the landscaping that's being proposed seems to be well coordinated to the scope of the work that's being proposed here and permitted. So I think it's the landscaping is acceptable at this point.
Okay. All right. I think I have two comments. One, propose something besides avocados. I agree with one of the public members that it's going to be a decade or two before those have any effect, unless they're planning to actually, add them to their repertoire of avocados. I think something faster growing, maybe more in keeping with the ornamental planting in the neighborhood, would be more appropriate for the area that is outside of the main gate off of Foothill. Once you get in the gate, it doesn't matter as much, but I would encourage more substantial planting in the 3 areas indicated directly off of Foothill Road, more substantial ornamental landscaping. Besides that, I think the rest, I have a much better understanding of the project now, and it's appreciate the trouble that the applicant's gone through to actually show us what is being proposed. I think I'm fine with all of those items. The second comment is I'd like to get a letter from the fire department stating what the applicant presented, in that it is not possible to widen the road in from Villa Real. I think we're here to represent the public as well, and it still seems that the public sees another way, and I want to exhaust that as a possibility. So if the applicant could bring a letter from the fire department that states, that the Villa Real entrance idea, even for certain vehicles, is not a possibility, or just, do due diligence to show us why this is not going to work, especially given that it's, if indeed it is the same property, same owner as this property. I think that would go a long way towards, satisfying the community, and why not have good neighbors? So that's it for my comments. Any other comments from the board?
No.
Okay, this is here for further conceptual. So we don't necessarily make a motion, right? But how does someone want to, do we want to bring it back? Where does this go from here? So it's a question for the planner. Are we going to the planning commission and coming back here, or what phase of this project? Or anyone that knows?
It's scheduled to be on the planning commission 10/7.
Okay, so they're basically looking for our comments, right? And that's it. And then they can come back here for further or preliminary final.
Yeah, so this is a project that is a CDH, so it's going to go before the zoning administrator. So prior to going before the administrator, it just needs to get clearance from this board.
Hey Joe, actually, this is This is also a revision to a development plan, so it's actually going to the planning commission.
Oh, interesting.
But that's
Okay.
exactly right. Yeah, so that's exactly right. So this would come back for preliminary and final to SBAR prior to issuance of the permit. Thank you.
Okay.
So therefore, it's really, the comments, that's all we need, is just comments, right?
Yeah. Right. And then Joe, are you clear on all the comments or any clarity?
I think I'm clear on most of the comments. I did just want to clarify. There were 3 areas identified from Foothill Road for where more substantial planting was recommended. Could you identify those 3 areas?
Yeah, wherever it showed on that one color plan, there were 3 light green. Maybe we can give them a sheet number, Josh, or
15, I believe.
that was page 15 though, which I don't know what the label on the sheet was.
It's 15 and 16. Hold on a second.
Maybe the applicant can help us.
We have the architectural plan sheet, Nathan.
Yeah, they're right.
You're
So it's either sheet 15 or 16 of that PDF, the colorized landscape plan.
Is the L 1.5 is the proposed landscape, right? Yeah.
1.4, 1.5.
Yeah, the 1.4 is the existing, 1.5 is the proposed. There you go. Yeah, that's what it is.
That's 1.5. There you go. Yeah, on sheet L 1.5 in the, I guess to be the upper right-hand corner of the page, the 3 areas that say proposed avocado trees to be planted by landowner.
So would it be accurate to say screening on both sides of the access driveway from Foothill Road?
Sure. That's another way to say it.
Could I make a comment that you proposed for us to consider that, since that's actually a neighboring parcel and not 100% within our control?
It's the same property owner, no?
Hi, everyone. Yeah, so I do want to just reiterate what I had mentioned at the very beginning of the meeting. And so that it is the same property owner, but that other parcel, any work can't be required by SBAR. However, I do want to acknowledge that the applicant is proposing landscaping there. So I think it's a fine comment to make, but generally that's something that wouldn't be in the purview of SBAR. I just want to acknowledge that.
Okay, well then I guess we can only say consider, so that's fine, Scott.
Or how about the board supports and encourages the applicant to install the landscape proposed in L 1.5 on both sides of the access road, something like that.
That's reasonable. That seems reasonable.
Thank you.
Alex, could you repeat that what you just said?
The board supports and encourages the applicant to install the landscape in the adjacent property as shown on page L 1.5 on both sides of the access road.
Okay, great. Thank you. The other, I think there was one other comment. I have one board member recommends adding more landscaping around greenhouses. Is that a comment that is just one member, or is that the board?
Well, I think it was one. Well, I mean, I guess.
Yeah, I'm not. I made that comment. I look at that plan. It does show some light green, I'm not sure. I mean, it appears that especially on the west, I mean, I don't know. If there are fences, they could put vines, or I'm not sure exactly what the ability is. But it just seems like a good neighborly thing to do, wherever possible, screen things. I'm not sure how realistic it is. Maybe the applicant can study that and bring it to, for preliminary finals, just to see how that works.
Yeah, just maybe use the same verbiage and say, consider additional landscape screening wherever possible, and then you can tell us why you can't do it.
So I changed it to one board member recommends studying whether adding more landscaping and greenhouses is feasible.
Sure.
Okay, and then the last item, I have one member believes that security lighting, driveway, and landscaping is well coordinated with project scope and acceptable as proposed. Is that one board member or is that the consensus?
The consensus.
Yeah, like if nobody speaks against a particular thing, the tacit approval, basically, like if something is shown to you and you don't comment on that, that makes it acceptable, right? That's kind of like standard practice. So
The question really is, so landscaping, I seem to hear differing comments regarding landscaping, and so I wanted to clarify that piece of it.
The only landscaping that's proposed is around the basin, which I forgot to mention I had a comment about. And then the ones out by Foothill, that's the only proposed landscape. So I think we're mostly fine with the stuff around the basin, although I would encourage the applicant to increase the sizing of the plantings, and in the case of the Carex brachiocilus, triple it. Instead of 36 inches on center, do more like, or double it, 18 inches on center. But yeah, there's really not much landscape. So I think you already got the comment about the either side of the access road off of Foothill. And then I think we're fine with the basin planting, aside from what I just said.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. Any other comments from the board? Okay, so thanks everyone for showing up to provide public comment, and thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the board, for the opportunity. Have a great weekend. Enjoy your Labor Day.
Thank you very much.
All right, we're gonna take a 5-minute break here. It's 11:12. We'll reconvene at 11:17. Same with tracks. All right, we'll see you back in 5. Okay, reconvening SBAR meeting of September 4th with item number 5, Santa Barbara Preserve Lot 12, 20 BAR 00075. This is for a further conceptual review of a new 5,057 square foot single family dwelling at 4265 Via Terrazzo. Do we have, if the applicant could state your name for the record, please?
Hi, this is Chuck Landy.
Steve Fort with Suzanne Ellis Planning and Permitting is here.
Okay, so whenever you're ready.
We do have some others from our architect team, Aaron Heidi and Bob Heidi, Martha DeGeisis, our landscape architect, and Jeremy Salt from Stantec are also on.
Okay, and who's going to be presenting?
I would like to start off just briefly, if I may, and then I'll turn it over to Steve Fort, and he in turn to the Heidi firm. This is Chuck Landy. It's really an honor for us to be part of this model preservation. As you may recall, during the entitlement process some 15 years ago, there was 360 acres of land that was involved in this project, 90% of which was put into open space, 200 acres of which is the San Marcos Preserve, as you know. On the remaining 10%, there are 20 carefully placed homes in 2 different components. And of those 25 or 25% are workforce or affordable. Of those, there are 2 affordable built and occupied today. There are 7 market rate homes that are built. One actually is just completing construction, but they are built and for the most part occupied. And what we're working with right now are 8 homes on the upper portion, and this meeting is talking about 3 of those. So we've been very careful. The entitlement process itself was careful in placing the homes. As you may recall, we have reduced the impact of those homes on the land by reducing square footage and reducing massing as well. So we really are proud of what we're bringing forward to you today. Steve?
Yeah, I just wanted to, this is Steve Fort with Suzanne Ellis Planning and Permitting. I think this is good information to know with regard to the SBAR checklist and the items on view corridors and story poles. The design guidelines for the project actually address this and address visual impacts. And I just want to read a couple sentences here from the design guidelines. The placement of each LDE landscape development envelope and residence within has been carefully studied to establish a location that minimizes visibility from afar. Furthermore, overall building massing has been established to minimize the visibility of the structures from distant public view sheds. Special attention was given to views from Highway 54. So as Chuck mentioned, and as you recall, we have reduced the massing of the approved plans that were actually approved back when that language was even adopted and put into the design guidelines. So I just wanted to offer that for some background on the siting and the landscape development envelopes, and I'll hand it over to Aaron and Bob and their team to dive into Lot 12.
And actually, I might just add before Aaron and Bob go in, of the 5 affordable or workforce houses, I said 2 of them were built and occupied. The other 3 will be built in conjunction with the last 8 homes contemplated here. Aaron, Bob?
This is Amy from Marwood Heidi Architects. Bob and Dan are in the room as well. Our internet is down, so I'm using my phone to communicate, but they're here to answer questions as well. I wanted to start by explaining that we've addressed all of the comments from the previous hearing, and specifically there were overall comments that pertain to every lot on the lower terraces. And I'm going to briefly go over those first so that you can understand in general what will apply to all 3 lots that we're reviewing today. You could go to the next slide. There will be a little bit more context for you to understand regarding lot 12. It'll be page 3. One of the main comments from the last hearing was that the lots seemed crowded and that there should be some distinction between the upper and lower lots on the site. In response to that, we have removed the accessory buildings from this lot and cited the home so that it maximizes the open space and the landscape available on lot 12. Regarding the grading, these structures should be stepped down within the terrain. We've also provided some steps between the pool area and the actual residence and some grading terrain adjustments through the driveway and up to the entry area. There was also comments about the formality of the design, that it doesn't fit within the rural setting, and that we should restudy the orientation of accessory buildings and the garages. Again, the accessory buildings have been removed from this site and the lot residence has been reoriented. Circular driveways have also been removed and hammerheads have been provided to reduce the paving and allow a little bit more freedom for landscape and grading to be manipulated to create a naturalistic approach. We've provided roof material samples in the color palette that's included in this presentation. And there's also landscape and civil grading information that have been provided to respond to the concerns about the planting schemes and the grading. An aerial map was provided on the first page to understand the context, and a supplemental file was provided with more context of the site. Regarding the California Building Code requirements, we intend to comply with all requirements for the building code, and we provided a solar exhibit so that there would be an understanding of the scale and the size of those solar panels, and that would be the most concern for visibility. The other green building systems are pertaining to building systems and things like that that are not as aesthetically, they don't need to be considered for aesthetics. Regarding the 3D massing, updated renderings have been provided to address the building forms and how the driveway will be sited in response to that entry porch and the different aspects of the building itself. A individual gate has been provided as discussed at the last hearing. There will not be individual gates for each lot, but one gate for the entire community, and that is addressed on the landscape drawings. Proposed fencing has also been addressed on the landscape drawings, and a material palette has been provided for your review. If we can progress through the remaining slides in this set, I will explain the architectural updates that have been made. The floor plan itself has been enhanced to address the sides and the rear elevations. So what you're seeing now is enhancement of windows and massing. And as we progress to the following slides, there will be more descriptive material callouts and material locations, massing, things like that for your review. This sheet is the solar exhibit that I discussed, and the final architectural sheet is the materials.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I might have missed the first part of the discussion, but how do we want to tackle each comment?
Yeah, so basically for all those involved, we have, last time we made overall comments, which I think I'll probably just read through, but not for each lot. So we have overall comments for all three of the projects we're about to review, and then we have lot-specific comments for each. So I think it would be wise if I read through the overall comments just once for the three, and then we can address each individual for each lot. Sorry, the lot of specific comments for each. So it's a little long, but I'll just go ahead and read these. These are overall comments for all three of these projects, which we're about to review. Comment A, architectural style is well executed, and the board appreciates the variation in architectural styles between the lots. SBAR would like to see greater variation in floor plans between lots. Floor plans as proposed do not seem to fit well within the constraints of these smaller lower lots. Consider making a distinction between the upper and lower clusters of lots in terms of site layout. Next comment, grading is unknown and additional information is needed. Return with site sections that inform how the structures are nestled into the terrain and how the driveways and motor courts impact grading. Provide site sections north, south, east, west, and at a minimum of 20 feet beyond the building envelope on all sides. Structures should be stepped down with the terrain where possible. Naturalized grading should be utilized, and appearance of engineered slope should be avoided. Accessory structures do not need to be at the same elevation as the single-family dwellings. Next comment, formality of building layout at times conflicts with the rural setting of the area. Rotation of wings or other portions of structures and informal planning could reduce volumes of grading and improve integration of structures with the existing setting. Restudy orientation of accessory buildings and garages to deformalize the site design. Comment D, circular driveways and turnarounds create a lot of paving and grading and should be restudied. Explore the option to use hammerheads to reduce grading. Comment E, reflective roofing material should be avoided. F, SBAR encourages landscape architects to propose naturalistic planting schemes throughout so it is in keeping with the natural surroundings and avoid the use of alleys or other formal planting design. Landscape architects consider impact of landscaping from public viewing areas. G, applicant to return with complete aerial map showing the entire San Marcos Preserve, including all of the private lots, public open space lots, all proposed trails, and Highway 154. H, show how projects comply with California Green Building Code requirements. I, suggest applicant integrates topography, guest houses, accessory structures, and landscaping into 3D renderings. A, board appreciates the absence of individual gates at each lot. K, show proposed fencing on site plans. L, return with more developed material palette. M, return with site photos of each lot area and photos from public viewing locations, i.e. Highway 154 and Via Chaparral. And story poles will be required on at least one representative upper and one lower lot upon further conceptual review. So those are all of our overall comments for the entire development. Now the lot specific comments for this lot 12, there are 5. First, restudy overall floor plan of site as proposed. It does not work. B, consider eliminating second detached garage. It could consider C, consider different site layout and feeling between sites. D, the lower lots are tighter together. Need to be restudied, and the grading in the lower lots should be restudied. As proposed, the grading does not appear naturalized. So I was kind of right in the middle of the presentation to take from there and hear your comments towards addressing those comments. That would be helpful. Or is that your presentation? Because a lot of this you did address.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think Aaron did address almost all of those items that you had, both from a grading perspective, a paving perspective, how home fits in the land itself, and the massing of the house itself.
Okay, fair enough. Does the landscape architect have a presentation, or is that your entire presentation?
We do have plans to present, and they are in the package following the architectural plans. So if you could scroll to those sheets, we would go ahead and give a presentation. Thanks.
Page 18, I think, I believe. Yes, 17 and 18 will be the ones.
There you go.
You're seeing on the screen now lot 12, and what we have done on all the lots, we do have an overall plan to present to you. And that would show the tree massings along the driveway, which are planted in a naturalistic scheme. So we don't have a regular planting of trees, but rather more of a scattered plan of trees. And these trees on the overall plan, which you're not seeing yet, are Coast Live Oak. And we have a few scattered instances of the island oak for a little bit of variety there. So when we come to that overall plan, I'll show you that. We're now looking at lot 12. And what we have on lot 12, there is a large existing oak on, you can see on the upper right-hand side, that we are protecting with the grading, of course. And we do have a little seating area by that oak and a low rubble wall around it for an added landscape feature. As you come toward the center of the entry courtyard, we have an informal flagstone path and then some stepping stones to a little informal gravel seating area. So again, very loose and natural. Then we have bark paths that are surrounding the home and a small set of steps leading to a future swimming pool. The trees that are surrounding the house are the Coast Live Oak and the strawberry tree or Arbutus marina tree. So we have those as evergreen trees. And then a few small trees closer to the building, which would be something like smoke tree or citrus tree and pineapple guava, something like that, that would fit well into the setting of the foothills. And around each lot, and this is consistent throughout, we have a split rail fence. You can see a small image of that on the lower left. And at the perimeter of each property line, we're proposing a pole fence with just 3 wires, very discreet, small fence that would just delineate the extent of the property. So I think that concludes the effect of lot 2 there. And you again can see it is a naturalistic planting there, or lot 12, excuse me.
Okay. And what, let's see, the fencing, there's 2 different types. Do you have an image of the pool fencing? So there's just 3 wires, is that?
Yeah, so what we're proposing is a lodgepole type post and 3 galvanized wires. So very similar to ranch fencing on like a horse corral, but just very, very discreet. So I do not believe that we have an image of that on any of our sheets right now. We can provide that at our next hearing.
And that's considered pool fencing?
No, that is the the lodge poles with the 3 galvanized wires would be on the far extents of the property. So you can see that faintly in the unimproved areas, and that is just to designate the extents of the property.
Okay. All right. All right. Anything else that you all want to share for your presentation? Nope. Okay. We'll bring it back to the board for questions. Mr. Board Member Pujol, questions?
Yes. First, a comment. There is an open microphone somewhere that makes the hearing a little bit more difficult. So if you're not speaking, you may want to turn it off. And I think there are 4 or 5 people with the open microphone. I'm not sure which one it is, but okay, it's stopped now. So good. Okay, I just have only one question, and this is a good plan. It seems like the upper leg of the fire turnaround is a little bit longer than necessary. which creates some grading, anomalies. Is that to add some extra cars at the end, or why is it so long?
We will make that as short as we can. It in effect is a hammerhead that the engineers have put in per the request of the fire department. If we can shorten that, we certainly would like to.
Yes, this is Jeremy Saltz. It's really not any longer, I don't think, than what the department requires. If it is, it's within a foot or two.
Oh, okay, no, it does seem long, but okay, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, that's it.
Okay.
That's the question I have.
Member Verdiak, questions?
Yeah, I have the same comment about what's a different material in that hammerhead turnaround. The driveway is asphalt and it's shown in a different color. What does that mean?
I can speak to that if you'd like. I think what we're proposing is that potentially we could have the asphalt driveway and then a chip seal material on the portion of the driveway that's closer to the home so that it's a little dressier.
Uh-huh. Well, that was the only question I had.
Vice Chair Bloomer, questions?
Not at this time.
Okay. I don't really have any questions either. I think as far as, I guess I do, the pool, if installed, is it true that if there's a cover, then you wouldn't need full on, pool safe fencing around the area?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. Just want to make sure. All right, yeah, so I have no additional questions. Public comment. Do we have anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item?
I don't have any chat box, and I don't hear anybody speaking up, so I think we're okay.
Okay. Then let's bring it back to the board for comments. Mr. Peugeot, comments. Actually, yeah, we didn't talk much about do you have comments, Alex?
Yeah, my comment is that I like the way the applicant addressed our comments, and starting with one of the more difficult lots. So that's good because it saves us a lot of time in terms, because if you can resolve those problems in the smaller lots, obviously it would be much easier on the bigger lots. I think the architecture, we didn't look at the architecture, but it's well resolved, and I think this is an approval project as far as I'm concerned. I think the only area that I was, I asked the question about that hammerhead because it does look a little bit sticking out, so to speak. And when you look at the side section, it does kind of create a little bit of problem, but it's a minor thing. In the general theme, the general matter, I think the architecture is very nice and very, very well executed. It's consistent. We may want to talk about the color of the plaster, if we want to darken that or not. That maybe some members may have thought about that. But those are minor issues, things that are the main sections that can be resolved. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Member Verdiak, comment? John, do you have comments? You may be muted.
Hello. Okay. The roof tile, are those two-piece tiles? I mean, they look very mechanical. I mean, uniform. I mean, I think they could be, just 2-barrel tiles. It looks like there's a flat tile between the rows, and perhaps there could be a blend there. That would be one comment. And we're going back to the hammerhead again. Perhaps that could be widened because it's going to be used for occasional parking. I know there's a space on the west side, but I really think people are going to use that hammerhead for parking, and it seems awkward that it be so narrow. And I know we're the same ones that said you should reduce the amount of paving, but I think that would do something to make it look more casual. And I can't see the glazing or the buttons in the windows on the elevations. I mean, that could be clarified. Okay, that's all I have.
Okay. Mr. Bloomer, comments?
I generally agree with Alex's comments, and I think the only concern on this is, for me, is the paint color's bright and white. I think there's been pretty good effort recently to try and encourage darker paint palettes for more rural type projects. I don't have anything against the color palette per se. I think it's quite lovely the way it's presented and appropriate. I think we should probably look at the rest of the projects. I don't know, I just think maybe need to kind of find some happy medium. I don't want to get too heavy-handed about this and start like outlawing anybody using light colored paint, because I think there's plenty of good opportunities to do it. So maybe we find some way to navigate that. But so it's kind of a general comment for the whole project. Like, let's look at the overall color palette and let's use the darker paint colors where appropriate, and then let's find opportunities to use the lighter color paints as well. And I think that the general idea of that is really when we're dealing with ridgeline properties that are kind of projects where you have 2-story houses or poorly sited projects that are kind of hanging off of the edges of geographic features that become really visible and kind of, I think in a natural setting, we're trying to, I don't think make houses disappear is a good standard to create, but create a nice blend. So, that and I guess looking at like a low slung house like this, I don't have much concern about that, to be honest with you. So I think it's well landscaped, well sited, very proportional. But I just think as a general comment, just look at the color palette throughout the neighborhood and try and work to make a nice blend between landscape and built environment to create that balanced harmony that we're looking for. That's it.
Okay.
For me.
That's it. All right. I generally agree. I think the layout of this site with the elimination of the circular drive is a vast improvement, and the resiting of the house. I think the grading looks good and nice and sort of natural and not engineered. So I think, one of the things we asked for was we suggested the applicant integrate topography and the guest houses and accessory structures and landscaping into 3D renderings. And I guess I would add to that the actual color palette. So when you return, I think it would be helpful. I think you're already there with the 3D rendering, just to, dress it up a little bit, maybe show, if you can, the landscaping, but more importantly, the actual suggested materials and color palette on those 3D renderings. I think that would be helpful. And one of the things that I'm noticing on this one, you have some board and batten sections, and it seems like there could be a greater balance struck there. To the right of the front door is all board and batten, and most of the left side of the house is not. I think there's a little tacked on piece at the end, but I think you could actually, that little section right where to the right of the garage maybe could be where the large window is. Seems like if that was board and batten, that could provide more of a balance. But anyway, just the general comment would be find a greater balance with the materiality on the house itself. Let's see. The house. So, and then as far as the plant list looks good, I would just encourage the landscape architect to keep the sort of Mediterranean and colorful things like the smoke tree and the pineapple guava and those sorts of elements closer to the house. And as you move further away from the house, to go with a more native tone, I guess you could say, for coloration, because as you move out into the landscape, I think it should get more native as you get further from the house. But that's just sort of a suggestion, I guess. So I think that's about it. I think it's looking good. Any additional, oh, and also go ahead and give us actual material choices, color, and, you know, like what roof John was suggesting is a two tile system, or, you know, what stucco color are you actually calling out? And beyond that, I think it's looking good. Are there any additional comments from the board?
Mr. Chair, I think the comments being rather minor, I would be ready to make it to continue this for a preliminary approval with, I think, the main comments. One comment I'd like to add to address is the awkward hammerhead location, hammerhead layout. Maybe, I'm not sure if it needs to be wider or what, but it just seems like awkward in itself, and the change of materials there doesn't work so well, but it's a minor point. Plus the clarification on the roof, is it like a flat pan, like an Italian design? It's not very clear what exactly the kind of roofing is. It the traditional two-piece mission tile or what? And there's a comment on siding and materials. These are all very minor comments, and you know, I think it's ready to go for preliminary.
Yeah, I think the comment might be more specific on the color and material selections. And then, you know, what we've said in the past for other projects, as far as the shape of the hammerhead, it doesn't have to look like a hammerhead, right? So you can push and pull here and there, so it's not so, I don't know, industrial or just, again, engineered looking. So don't be afraid to fool around with the shape a little bit and consider how you'll accommodate parking and the hammerhead within the overall layout of the hardscape.
Yeah, there is another hammerhead layout. There, as you know, there are two. One is is not so long, and it has more of a different angle that might work a little bit better on this side. I'm just suggesting to look inside.
Consider the use of the other hammerhead option to better integrate with the site. And yeah, okay, very good. Anything else?
Chair Gillian, could I ask a question? Steve Ford.
Sure.
I was just wondering if we could come back for preliminary and final at the same hearing.
You were going to say that.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah, exactly. Does the board object? I mean, if you have all your ducks in a row, I don't see why that couldn't be a possibility.
No, I have no objection.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay, so then with comments as proposed and to return for preliminary final. And then Joe, do you need any clarification on comments?
No, I think I generally got all those comments.
Okay. Very good. Thank you very much. If there's nothing else for this item, we'll move on to item number 6, which is the Santa Barbara Reserve Lot 13 at, again, further conceptual review of 5,1100, I did it again, 5,011 square foot single family dwelling and a 577 square foot pool cabana at 4250 Via Terrazzo. And I believe we more than likely have the same applicant team. So whenever you guys are ready, we have the same overall comments from last time, and I'll go ahead and read the lot specific comments for this item while I'm at it. And that is to restudy the overall floor plan of the site as proposed. It appears overcrowded and does not work well with the existing setting. Consider eliminating second detached garage. Applicant could consider enlarging attached garage. Consider different site layout between lots to create different feeling between sites. These are carrying over a little bit, but the lower lots are tighter together and driveways with circular turnarounds need to be restudied. Grading in the lower lots should be restudied. Study low patio walls to make them less formal and appear less suburban. Study the fenestrations and plate heights. Consider introducing farm style variation in guest house that represents the pastoral or agricultural history of the area. So take it away whenever you're ready.
Aaron, you're on.
I think you're muted though, Aaron.
All right, thank you. I won't go over the overall comments again since I addressed that on the previous lot, but again, regarding the lot specific comments, we did address the grading and the siting of this lot specifically. So let's scroll to page 3 and we can go past the overall site plan with context page. I guess let's go to the page before that with the site plan. Yes. Again, we eliminated the circular drive so that we could reduce the amount of paving. Hammerheads were introduced in lieu of those circular drives. A 3-car garage has been introduced instead of the detached 2-car garage, which was taking up too much space on the site. And as a general comment, all guest houses were removed from these lower 3 lots, but this is the only lot with a pool cabana. And it has been cited as more of a detached structure further away from the residents to provide an experience on a different part of the lot with a pool sited on a stepped grading terrace look, which was another comment that came from the last hearing to provide more of a step or the grading and accessory structures and the pool. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Here's the floor plan with enhancements that were made to the garage. And again, we've just further developed the sides and the rear of this plan to enhance the massing and take advantage of the views and respond to the site accordingly. Next slide, please. Roof plan provided for your review. Next slide, please. Here's a elevation that has been further enhanced since our last meeting with more definitive colors, material callouts. We're using stucco and brick and wood elements throughout this elevation, and that can be seen on the next slide at the side and rear elevation. Next slide, please. You can see the material is consistent throughout. We have brick returning at the rear elevation. The wood trellis appears again at the rear, and the brick also appears on the sides, so that we're paying attention to all sides of this building and being careful to consider visibility from other lots, or we want to pay attention to all sides and not neglect any of the aesthetics that are being treated on these side elevations. Massing has been provided as previously provided, but it's more enhanced with the rears and the sides. The landscape is also reflective of the landscape drawing, so the tree placement is reflecting what the landscape architect is showing in the drawings. Please proceed past these elevations and the renderings to the solar sheet. Oh, the pool cabana that has also been provided, which is, since we've eliminated so many of them on these lower lots, this is the one accessory structure that will be visible in this area. The materials have been provided with the brick pattern, the brick color, the stucco materials, the precast column, and trims have been identified. The grading plans have been provided with the site sections, and I'll let Landscape speak to their drawings at this point.
Okay, I think that's just loading. So this site with the pool cabana, you can see we do have a bit of more formal arrangement on this curving driveway, feeling that it won't be seen as a line of trees because of the curve in the driveway, but I thought it was a nice opportunity to provide some screening of the residents from the main entry drive while creating a little bit of a slight amount of uniformity with the olive trees we have lining the drive. Again, Coast Live Oak is a screening tree that would be screening the motor court area and the hammerhead. And then we have a little bit of again, this change of material with a bit of chip seal for the gravel look in front of the residents on that portion of the drive. And then we have these somewhat symmetrical paths here that would be a gravel textured or a sand textured concrete with a little element at the square space in front of the loggia there, which I think would be kind of a nice opportunity to have a little bit of a formal element with possibly some citrus trees or pineapple guava, something like that, that would be a nice enhancement at that entry. Again, the informal wandering or meandering paths around the house that are simply bark mulch. And then again, the entrance from the south side of the house to, once again, just a little decomposed granite pad that creates a focus point for the curvilinear path that would wind down to the pool cabana and the pool area there, with a few steps from the cabana to the pool level. Again, lightly screened with the naturalistic setting of the oak trees, some Arbutus marina trees closer to the house, and then the Quercus tomentella or the island oak farther out. And then again, our plant palette toward the bottom of the page with the split rail fence around the landscape developed area, the green, and the little 3-post or the little 3-wire fence around the entire property, just to designate the edges of the property. And in response to Chair Gillian's earlier comment, yes, we keep the Mediterranean species around the house, and then per our plant palette, you see on the upper left, restricting ourselves to the native plants in the outer areas.
Okay. Very good, thank you. Anything else from the applicant on this project for your presentation?
I think at some point, if you are interested, we do have that overall plan that has been scrolled past a couple of times, that you can see the arrangement of the trees along the driveway leading into the different segments of the development on the upper lots. Might be of interest for you to see. In the upper corner here, I don't know if you're able to scroll into that at all. We are showing this rather informal steel ranch style gate at the main entry to this area of the property. So I don't know if you have the capability of enlarging that for anyone viewing the screen or not, but it's just a very simple rail style fence that would be done in rusty steel. Yeah. So we think that's in keeping with the rural quality and would be a nice enhancement at the entrance to this section of the development.
Okay.
A little bit blurry.
All right, anything else from the applicant? Okay. I think we're getting a thing that'd be helpful.
Can you go back to the architectural elevation? I'm having a little, give you a chance to kind of explain this. Talk about specifically what kind of brick you're using and how it relates to Santa Barbara kind of region. And then also try to explain the core openings, that elevation specifically. Why it's a little, I don't want to make any comment on it, but there seems to be an unusual configuration there, and I'm just curious what's driving it before I comment on it.
This is Bob Heidi speaking. We are a little challenged from the standpoint of technology. Our internet is down, so we're sharing a phone to present to you this morning. First question regarding brick. It's intended to be somewhat of a rustic brick. I think it's tumbled. It has a range of different color. It is a material that we're trying to change the texture on these exterior walls. These are long buildings, some of which reach 150 feet. And it's an intention to sort of move away from an unrelenting series of finishes on the exterior wall. So we've chosen brick here. The idea throughout this entire neighborhood is that there's a range of different materials that are being used, and we don't repeat them. So you will not see this brick used again. We could move to another material if there's an objection to that, but we would like to use a masonry product on this elevation. To answer your question regarding the garage configuration, there is a lot of, I'll call, footprint on that side of the building, and we intended to try to break it into pieces. In this view, it looks a little maybe unnecessarily complicated. I think you get a better understanding of how that roof works through the 3D view, and maybe we could scroll to that and you get a better sense of it. But we studied it extensively and tried to break the scale of that long sort of, I'll call it, portion of the building. The gable that is in the background of that view, and let's go to 9. There's a raised ceiling that is on the backside of the residence intentionally to provide a significant scale and large windows to the view. That gable reads straight through to the front of the house, and then we break this sort of scale of the 3-car garage. In our world, providing a 3-car garage is not the most, I would say, we try to steer away from it. A series of garage doors are never, in my opinion, very appropriate. So there's a lot of long roofs in here in essence, and that in essence is the result, to try to find some variation in the roof form and to mitigate the garage doors.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, Josh?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Pujol, questions?
Yeah, I have a question, comment. Is there any, first of all, where does that gate happen? Where does it occur? At the middle gate?
Way down at the bottom where the turnout is. Josh, we can go to the overall plan.
It would be on 17.
Actually, the gate replaces the existing farm gate that's there now down at the bottom of the project.
Yeah. Meaning,
Yeah, it's better to download these files than it is to.
You need to flatten the layers. That's what's causing it. It's the size, but also the layering.
So that's the right sheet right there.
Yeah.
So it,
Just above the cul-de-sac or the.
Oh, I see it. I see it. Right on the what is the south end, right?
yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, I get it. Okay, very good.
There's an existing cattle gate there right now, and this replaces that.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Verdiak, questions?
No question.
Okay, I don't think I have any questions either. So, public comment, is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item? I don't, nope, not hearing anyone. So we'll move on back to the board for comments. Vice Chair Bloomer, comments.
Yeah, my comments are looking at I'd like you guys to consider using like a slump stone, something that has like a masonry representation of our kind of vernacular, like adobe style brick. There's some nice masonry products that emulate kind of a slump stone or an adobe type looking brick material. And I think you know, the elevation kind of shows a very small brick, which I think is more of an East Coast kind of idea, but well, maybe not. But you know, larger bricks I think are going to be more successful to create that look. Perhaps you might consider using that at the garage to kind of punctuate what you're trying to do there. I agree with your comment. I don't want to hang you with your own rope, but it does occur to me to be overly complicated. And I'm not sure if it matters or not. It's just an area that I think should have some study. The other thing is it's kind of hard to find the front door. And again, I'm getting into the weeds here with you guys a bit because I think the house overall is very nicely done. So, you know, these may be preferential issues in terms of how we prioritize things or value things, but it does seem a little hard to find the front door. And I think, you know, I wouldn't change anything about architecture. I hope the landscape architect will fix that issue. Well, I shouldn't say fix. We'll pay attention to that and create a landscape that actually directs one to that front door, which I think is the loggia. Yeah, I appreciate that you guys brought in the 3D views because elevationally the house feels a little out of balance when you look at it, but I think the 3D renderings reveal that it actually kind of works. So kind of a tailing off. If the house kind of has a look that it's been added to over time, which kind of an interesting way lends itself to kind of an authenticity that it may have been here a long time, which may be what you're looking for. I don't know, you know, like that this has been like a homestead project that kind of evolved into an estate. But I kind of like it for that sake. I think it's a little bit less formal and symmetrical and austere, you know, serious looking, and I think it feels kind of like a you know, kind of a rambling that actually makes it feel a little bit more organic and not so regimented, which I think would be nice. I think it's a nice project. So I guess my comments, just to summarize that, Joe, is just study the elevation at the garage doors, and you know, and then the other comment is look at a different brick material, something that's more of a slump stone or something that emulates like an adobe brick. The rest of it is just me talking, so I wouldn't put in a record.
Okay, thank you. Member Pujol, comments?
Yes, I agree with Mr. Bloomer's comments. I have a few others. some of them refer to the presentation itself, and that's directed to the architect, to Erin and her team. It's like usually it's confusing when you rotate the page so many times. We are used to seeing the north elevation. I mean, it's standard just to present, even to submit working drawings. North is on the top of the page. And then when the elevations are called, it's not front and rear, it's north and south. There is a reason to that, because like for instance there, that I believe is the north elevation you're showing. And the trellis locations, it's a little bit awkward. Usually you have trellises or shading devices on the south, especially on this kind of site where sun control is such a big deal. And I agree with the comment that the front door is hard to find. And the front door is on the north, and usually you have like a front porch. It doesn't have to be big or small. It has to be something that's okay. Yeah, this is where the second comment relating to presentation itself is how, like, you do have a big site plan that shows the whole property, and then usually when you put the floor plan or maybe on a separate page, you have the site plan directly adjacent to the house itself, not like a separate thing, but so that basically answers the question of how do you find the front door, how exactly do you experience this house when you arrive, because your floor plans are you just show the floor plan, and first of all you have to find that shows what is the north on the bottom, right? Okay, but what happens? How do you get there? What is the is that covered loggia? It's not. Is it a covered loggia or is it a? I'm confused. Or is it a trellis? What? I don't quite get it exactly. You know what I'm saying, right? Like I'm used to seeing plans, and I have a little bit of a difficulty immediately seeing right away. But so that's presentation-wise, how you name your elevations, because they do have consequences. I mean, they do have a north elevation is always very different from the south elevation because of the solar axis, mentioned. But with this, it's a good plan. Don't take it. I mean, it's not a negative comment. I'm just trying to simplify the presentation, the understanding of what you're showing, and so forth. I have a minor comment, and I think refers to the perhaps the I'm not sure who deals with the landscape person or the civil consultant. Or it happens quite often in this process where the main driveway ends and then it transitions into the individual driveway. And because of fire requirements, the width changes, and it's not doesn't seem to be very well resolved yet. But just a caution that when I go around, I like to ride my bicycle and see all the many projects of this type, and it's kind of awkward. You're going on a road that has a certain characteristic, and then kind of all of a sudden you're in a private driveway, which is different. And anyway, the transition, I just wanted to pay a little bit of attention to the transition between the main driveway and the individual driveway at the end of this basically cul-de-sac. And that's the only comments I have. Thank you.
Okay. Member Verdiak, comments?
Yes, I agree with previous comments, especially the thing about the front door. And I want to reinforce that thing about the roofing tile. Could we go to the elevations of the pool house? Well, this, I need to enlarge it a little bit here. At this elevation that faces the pool, there's a curve here at this at the head of that opening. That seems out of context, or it's the only place on the project that occurs. I think that maybe you should just make it simple like all the other ones. In other words, it has a wood beam embedded over, You know, it just, I think it would be more appropriate. That's the only comments I have.
Okay, thank you.
Chris, I had another comment I wanted to make. The columns, just trying to kind of the applicant to study the columns and beams to make sure they're kind of fall in line with, if they do take the bait, they do the suggestion of going to more of a slump stone or an adobe type brick. I think that kind of pulls the project in a more kind of Santa Barbara vernacular. So, you know, look at the post and beam work on the trellises. You know, the columns may not want to be plastered at that point. It might be prudent to do those in the brick pattern just to pull those things into alignment. And something else. Oh, and just a comment about the presentation, because I just want to be fair to other applicants that we've been reviewing. We really do prefer that you guys come in with architecturally correct elevations to our architectural review board. And these are great marketing renderings and they're very well done. But I think we would prefer to see like a finished floor and a plate height and a roof height elevation, so that when we're looking at projects of this scale, it really does inform us on whether the head heights and plate heights. You don't have any controversy here, but just it's something that we ask from all of our applicants, and you guys seem to be able to achieve that and maintain the standard that we're looking for to keep our community producing correct documentation for these hearings, so that we get a good result in terms of the analysis. So it kind of goes along with, you know, getting us oriented around north-south and how the building's constructed, and plate heights and head heights can actually be telling in terms of projects that are exceeding height requirements or becoming problematic. And not to say that yours is, I just think it should be included. And again, back to the columns, it seems like it looks like a Doric column, or I don't know, Ionic. I can't remember which one. I think it's an Ionic column. My eyes aren't. But you know, it's not like one of those precast concrete columns, you know, for production housing. I think you guys need to detail a little bit more. And it might just be a Revit or a CAD symbol that got thrown there to look at those columns and get the detailing right for this type of house. And again, it's a nice house. Nice home, nice property.
Okay. So one of the things I just noticed that we didn't catch for this application or the last is the fact that we requested site sections, north, south, east, and west, minimum of 20 feet beyond the building envelope on all sides. We have one grading section on the grading plans. I think, and this kind of goes to what Josh was just saying, it's going to help us see how you've nestled these into the site, cut and fill and whatnot. So I think next time we need to bring those site sections back. So that would be an overall comment for the three applications. Beyond that, I had I guess a question. I know this is a pool cabana, but I'm wondering if you had considered placing the pool at the main house and calling that a guest house instead, or would that, I guess you'd need a driveway to it if it was a guest house, huh? It just seems like the pool's so far away from the house and would then therefore maybe not be used all that much. Can you all speak to that a little bit? Is there a way to put the pool with the main house and call the cabana like an artist studio or something that wouldn't require a driveway to it? I'm just not seeing that as great usability.
That's a good comment. I believe there is a requirement for leach fields, and I can let Jeremy speak to that, but there are some site constraints that might limit the location of a pool cabana or a guest house at the lower portion of that site.
I was thinking more like the pool would move to the main house, and could you leave a cabana where it is? I guess that's the question.
Jeremy might have better information on moving that, but we can definitely say that the the setting of that pool and replace the pool house with gas and things like that at the next review point.
Just something to think about, usability. So my comments, and I believe that I read the wrong comments earlier for the next item, so I apologize for that, but they're very similar to these. So I'll reiterate that when we get to lot 14. But so my comment would be, you know, I concur with the rest of the board's comments about the front door, and also bringing some of the comments from the last item, which is the shape of the hammerhead. It sort of still has that engineered look, and I think you could fool around with the shape of the driveway to mitigate that sort of hammerhead look, if possible. Let's see, beyond that, I don't really have anything. I know you sort of added a little alley, and I don't mind it with the driveway. The alley heading towards the pool, it's only 6 trees, I guess, but so I think that's okay as long as you're not blocking your own views. But we'll just look for more developed, you know, landscape plans, as they are very simplistic. But I think the grading is looking good. Again, much more naturalized, and I think you're on the right track here as well. So those are pretty much my only comments.
Mr. Chair, I would like to add a couple of comments. If you can put the page number 7 and blow it up so we can really get into the details. Would that be possible, Josh? Yeah, go up to 7, page 7. And yeah, once you go to the rear, that rear of the page and blow it up, there you go, perfect, right there. Okay, it seems like if you're going on a type of a traditional architecture, it behooves you to follow the Santa Barbara style. And I'm not sure if you really try to do the pan and cap Italian type of roofing or not. You may want to clarify that. But I see a series of ideas in this so-called rear elevation that you may want to address. I agree with the comment on the masonry. Like a slump block is basically the typical style, kind of like an adobe type of look. You have a lot of ideas, and they are all kind of well executed in it themselves, but they don't quite relate so much to what Santa Barbara represents. The trellis, for instance, you have that looks more like a Tuscan column without the collar, but then you have a very sophisticated beam ends and so forth. Then you have a door system which is more of the East Lake Victorian type of arrangement with well done, but it's a whole series of ideas that don't quite relate to each other, and they definitely do not relate to the Santa Barbara style. You have a brick sill on a window and a brick lintel on a door system that somewhat conflicts with some of the other elements. It's all very tastefully designed, don't take me wrong. It's just that it doesn't quite hang together as the style of the house. If somebody were to ask you, what is the style of this house? There should be a clear answer. Say, oh, okay, I'm going with a house that does this and that. And here I see a lot of different languages put together in this design. So that's kind of like an overall comment. You don't have to answer, but it seems, anyway, I wanted to hear that.
Okay, thank you, Alex. Any other comments from the board? All right. So how do we feel about this one coming back for preliminary final?
Basically not for final. No, I mean, I think this house needs to be worked out, needs to be simplified, and the style needs to be worked out. I believe that the location of the trellises is awkward. The front door needs to be improved, and the garages are really not very well. It needs some help too.
So back on the agenda for preliminary. at the next, or whenever you're ready for your next review. Okay. Joe, do you need clarification on anything?
Yes, I had one question. John had a comment about the roof in the pool cabana. I just wanted to confirm that, what that comment was.
Well, it was the curve going up, at where the lintel is going across that open space. It's the only place where a curve occurs. And I don't think it's appropriate.
You're talking about the wall detail. It seems to be about 18 inches off the ground. Is that what you're saying?
No,
No?
where the jamb of that opening comes up and hits the head, there's a curve. If we go back and look at that, I don't think that curve is sort of a Spanish.
On page 12, is it the front elevation, I guess? Front.
Yes.
Front, page 12 on the front elevation.
Uh-huh.
You're talking about the detail on the opening of the big opening. Is that what you're talking about?
Yes.
It's some kind of a corbel detailing, kind of. Well, again, another style. This is more of a Spanish colonial revival style, and then you have a wrapping around the window that is not really quite that style. Again, the same comment of mixing a lot of traditional elements, but it would be a better project if all of the elements are consistent with the architectural style. I think that's what that means, right? I mean, if you want to show it, it's on page 12 on the north elevation.
Can you go back to that elevation?
Yeah.
On the pool house?
Yeah, the front elevation. You can
enlarge that.
There you go. If you blow it up, you see the
yeah, that detail. And I guess it has some detail to it, but it looks like a curve.
Well, if you blow it up, it is a nice detail. It's just that I don't think I agree with you. It's not. I mean, I would like to know which way what style the architect proposes to go with. That is the Spanish colonial revival style.
Yeah. Well, my feeling is it's just out of context. I didn't realize that the lintels were in brick. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Okay, well, I think we got those comments in. Is there anything else, Joe or John? Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, that answers my question. Essentially, I'm just I'm combining Alex and John's comments into one to make more of a cohesive style with the architectural elements.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Anything else from the board? Comments or clarifications? All right. Moving on. Excuse me. So then you'll be coming back on preliminary for that one. Item number 7, Santa Barbara Reserve Lot 14. This is also further conceptual review of 5,469 square foot single family dwelling located at 4270 Via Terrazzo. Same applicants. Take it away when you're ready.
Which number are we on again? Sorry.
7.
7, right?
Okay. I'll get started. The second page, again, will be the overall site with just reference for context so that you can understand where we are on the site. This is the lot 14 of the lower 3 lots. Please proceed to the next slide.
And actually, Aaron, before you do that, I'm going to reread a few comments that I actually read for the last item, which should have been read for this one. So we had some lot specific comments that were for all, but this one specifically asked, this is item F on the lot specific comments, study low patio walls and make them less formal and to appear less suburban. Study the fenestrations and heights, and then consider introducing farm style variation in guest house that represents the pastoral or agricultural history of the area. So that's for this lot. So back to you.
Okay, thank you. Again, this is a sheet for overall context. We're on lot 14 of the lower lots. Please move to the next slide. Along with the other changes that were made to lot 12 and 13, the circular drive has been removed and the entry to the site has been looked at so that it is not so close to the other access points to the other lots. We have located the hammerhead so that it's not as obtrusive to the existing grade, and the guest house and pool cabana have been removed from this lot to free up some space for topography to be more naturalized and increase the opportunities for landscape. The pool has also been sited so that it is not at the same grade as the residence to create topography variation. Please move to the next slide. Next slide, please.
Josh stepped out for just a minute, so give us a second.
Stepped out, is that what you said? I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just stepped out for a second. We'll just take 30 seconds to a minute and wait on him.
I can talk about the low patio walls since we're sitting on the sheet with the site plan. Patio walls have been removed from our drawings, and anything that's outside of the building will occur on the landscape drawings, and they've been careful to pay attention to your comments from the last hearing.
I'm back. Sorry, I had to have a bio break.
All right, so yeah, move on to the next sheet. Do we keep going, Aaron?
The floor plan. Yes, the floor plan is still intact from what was previously submitted. Again, we have just enhanced the window locations and door locations to apply to the elevation enhancements that were made for this submittal. Next slide, please. Floor plan options are also included in this submittal that will be used for the buyers to customize this lot to their needs. Next slide, please.
Same footprint, but just a different interior layout.
Exactly. Yeah, this is an optional link suite with a private entry into the left side of that residence.
Okay. Next slide, Josh.
Roof plan the elevations. Next slide, please. The elevation today has been brought up to more of a farmhouse aesthetic, which we previously presented. We've introduced stone and metal awnings to relate to that modern farmhouse design. The metal roofing material has been limited, and it will be of a non-reflective color so that it's not impactful or visible from the surrounding lots or from below. Please proceed. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah,
It's fine.
we're already in civil. Where should we be?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
I can now, right now.
Okay, which sheet should we be on?
I'm sorry, the next elevation sheet will have the size and rear elevation. There we go, perfect. Due to the size of this building, they're on multiple sheets, but as we've said with the other lots, we've just continued to match the same aesthetic on the front and pay attention to the sides and the rear elevations with the same type of detailing and attention to windows and covered areas as well. We can scroll through the next few sheets that are renderings. And thinking of
Yeah, I think you're freezing up on us, Aaron. Can't hear you.
just walk around so okay. I'm not sure I left off, but this elevation here is the elevation option entry into the left side. It's just a simple extension of the roof, not much changes in terms of the massing. And did you hear my comments about the side and rear elevations on the previous sheets?
I don't know. I don't think so. But also, speaking of what Alex said earlier, north, south, east, and west would be helpful instead of front, left, or side, or whatever. But go ahead and repeat those comments you mentioned.
I was just mentioning that we continued on front elevation with the materiality and paying attention to window locations and bring light into interior spaces.
Okay.
Renderings.
Yes. Yes.
I'm not sure where I broke up and where I. Okay, great. The next, the renderings with scale and massing for you understand the plane breaks and the window locations and things like that. So we can proceed to the next few. It's rendering of the front elevation, showing the metal awnings and windows. Materials are not shown on these massing models. They are just for scale. We can move through the next few slides until the solar sheet, unless anyone would like to stop, but these are comments on these sheets. Is again to address the comment regarding the building codes and that being a reference for the scale and locations given the orientation of
slide, please. Palette is
and then
So a lot of living is rather more contemporary arrangement of the pool and the decking, with the pool sort of with a slightly infinity edge to the view beyond, and the arrangement of the bark mulch paths around the perimeter of the home. Small natural grass area to the side of the pool there, and again the coast live oaks and around the edges of the home, screening the driveway and screening the elevations from the adjacent properties. With the native material on the outer lying areas of the property and the Mediterranean palette toward the house, including a couple of citrus trees and once again the olives at the entry to the drive. The motor court on the left side of the sheet is again the chip seal to give a little more formal appearance there, and the driveway going in is the asphalt material.
Okay. And that's it. Okay, anything else from the applicant for presentation? Nope, back to the board for questions. Mr. Burdiak. Do you have any questions?
Yeah, you know, the elevation which faces south is which elevation in the, is that the left or the right or the rear? Is that the rear elevation?
Probably.
Yes. I mean, it's confusing because of the left-right business. You know, it's easier for us to read north-south. I mean, it looks to me, well, anyway, that was my question right now, is this elevation, the south elevation, is that the rear elevation?
That is correct. The south elevation is the rear elevation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Member Peugeot, questions?
No, thank you.
Vice Chair Bloomer?
No.
No? Okay. Question for Martha. For these, are we just doing mulch pathways around the house? Is that correct?
That is correct.
Edging, or is it just kind of going to be part of the, you know, will the plants define the edge? Is that how it's going to work?
Yes, that's right. We'll have the thick bark mulch plant path with we're not planning to have an edging around that, but we'll have plantings, as you know, surrounding the pathway.
Okay, and is the idea here that it's kind of a spec home and that they'll maybe fix it up after? Or are you just trying to keep it casual? It just seems very casual for a, you know, $3 million house.
Well, part of the approach is that when extensive landscaping and hardscape has been put in on previous examples of this at the Meadows, a fair amount of it was ripped out and replaced.
Yeah.
So some of it is that the homeowner will have specific preferences that we don't really want to impede from the outset.
Okay, I actually kind of like that idea because it's just, you know, you're not wasting as much material and resources. Okay, and then next question, the difference in elevation between the pool deck and the house is what, approximately?
I think it is, we've provided these stepping stones if one would want to scroll in a little bit on that. And I believe that it is 4 feet, but I'm going to have to, these are 2-foot contours, so.
That's right, Martha. It's 4 feet.
So the pool is about 4 feet below the house, and then, okay. And then is there, what's the height of the wall at the south end of the pool? I guess that would be.
I think that what we have done here is Jeremy's provided a bench. Well, let me just retract a little bit. The pool on the original architectural site plan was at an angle to the house. And so we've taken the liberty of rotating it back to align to the house. So we're going to have to pull that bench, that one contour around to allow for a flat area for the pool. So we weren't really planning to have a wall per se on that edge, more
right.
just an edge of the pool.
I'm seeing the grading plan. It just looks like a foot to 2 feet above grade there. So that answered my question. All right.
Yeah.
Very good. Any other questions from the board?
No.
Any member of the public that would like to speak? I see Mark Chatillo would like to speak on this item. Mark, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me, Mr. Chair?
Yes, indeed. I'll give you 3 minutes to
Excellent.
make your comment here whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you. First, thanks for your service, members of the committee, at just having sat through much of the proceedings. You guys go through a lot. Thank you. I know that is not easy, and I know you get the big bucks for it, but really. Anyway, thanks. A couple of comments on lot 14, and actually for this entire project, both for you and for the applicant. The renderings, there's a comment that they're flat. It's very difficult to see, what's actually there, and architectural drawings are appropriate. I completely concur with that. This project was designed at the land use planning and map stage to integrate private conservation areas surrounding the 5 upper lots. We're not there yet. But with some specific detail with respect to the fencing, separating those private conservation areas from the development areas, and integrating the public trails. There's a public trail that goes to the parkland right below lot 14, 13, and 15 as well, I believe. And there really needs to be a consideration of the public views from those areas. The materials that I've seen don't have competent grading information. And I haven't looked deeply, but in just following along with your board's consideration. And it's important that there be an evaluation for all of these projects in this development of the effect of the project and the visibility of the project from these public viewing places, the public trails. The whole San Marcos Preserve, the 200 acres, is a very actively used recreational area for passive uses in addition to the 12-acre county park. We don't want to have major grading right above those trails so that the trail view of the mountains are eclipsed by a wall of dirt. And so I just note that for the committee and ask that you do make inquiry with respect to these areas, and specifically ensure that as you're doing your analysis of the architecture, that there's a consideration of what those public view corridors will be seen. Again, thanks for your service.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Anyone else from the public that wishes to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'd like to bring it back and have the applicant maybe address the comment from Mr. Chatillo. Was there consideration given to views from public trails? And actually, we didn't really have you show us where these public trails are. I know that it's on the plan, but could you walk us through and address public comment here?
Steve, I'll let you walk them through the plan part, but as a general statement, Mark, his points are dead on the money and are a critical element of our planning here. So yes, the architecture was taken into account, given location to all of these trails. The split rail fence that Martha spoke of around the immediate part of the property is the quote usable space, for lack of a better word, and it demarks that land area from the private open space area that's beyond it. So we absolutely have made those demarcations. And Steve, if you want to go to the bigger plan and show them where the trails are, they're definitely included.
Yeah, Josh, can you go back a page or two, or Steve, tell us where to go just to see that?
It's
You can either go to that overall plan, or we've also, I think it's in your, well, there you go. That should do it.
Yeah.
It might help if you change the orientation, because we're looking at.
Well, but you can.
Well, I guess I would start with, and go back to my comment when we opened before Lot 12, that the visual impacts have been analyzed in the past when the project was approved, and that's why the landscape development envelopes are located where they are. And grading and ground disturbances limited to within those landscape development envelopes. Certainly you folks could look at what's going on within those development envelopes and seeing if there's appropriate grading and making sure there aren't berms that are unsightly and that sort of thing. So I would offer that. As you look at what's on the screen, the county, you see where the cul-de-sac bulb is towards the right or south end, that would be the south to the right. The county trails come off of the same location that they come off of now, and you can see the sort of dust colored or lighter brown is a trail that's going to remain there, and it wraps around, comes on the screen, it comes to the left, and then it goes up and around these three lots and continues upward on the screen, and then goes to the Santa Barbara Preserve, which would be off the screen to the top of this page. And there is another trail, which I don't know if you can scroll down a little bit. It might be at the bottom of the sheet that wraps around the other side of the preserve.
Josh, go to sheet number 2.
It's the black line towards the bottom of the sheet there. There you go.
Yeah. So is that newly established trail, the black line?
It's been there and it got relocated. So if you zoom in, you can kind of see it. The old, I think it's an old alignment, but yes, it's a trail a public trail that exists and is maintained as part of this project, or is approved and continues into the future as part of this project. It's there. It's not.
It's a trail. It's a trail easement.
Yeah, it is an easement on the map. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I think my concern is there also a trail where the newly proposed road is that leads up towards 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Is that a trail now that will be a road?
It's not a trail easement, no.
Not an easement, okay.
It's approved as the road for access to lots 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and all the lots actually.
Yeah, all righty. Okay, so we've wrapped our public comment. Are there any other questions from the board? And if not, let's just move right into comments. This is for
No.
lot 14. John, go ahead.
On comments,
Or
you know,
questions?
I think that if we could go back to the elevation, it seems like there's some on the north side of the house, which is the front. It has some awnings shown for sun protection, but on the south side, it doesn't. So, you know, if we were to look at the south elevation.
So this front elevation is the north elevation, right? Yeah. And the rear elevation is south.
There would be the south. Now, there's no protection from the sun on on the south elevation, which needs it, whereas the north elevation doesn't. I question why they do that. And I think it would be a good idea to study, some sun protection for these exposed windows. The trellis will do some good, and if it's planted, it would do a lot of good. But it just seems awkward to me to have these these big windows and no shade protection.
Okay.
And I also, the comments we made before about the hammerhead, and that sort of goes with every one of these projects.
Yeah, as far as the shape and okay.
Yeah, it should be, mitigated so it doesn't look like, as you use the word, mechanical or industrial. It's very true. Okay, those are my comments.
Okay, Member Pujol, comments?
Yes, I have several comments. Maybe we start with the site plan, and the best way to see it, I think, is is page 19 with the landscape. I think that shows it. And I think from Mr. Chatilo's understanding, we're talking about flattening layers, which means the way the electronic plans are presented, and that's why it takes so long to load these files. They are very large in size, but the worst part is that the layers are not flattened, so it takes very long time to reproduce and show. That's what that comment was. If you can you zoom in, Josh, a little bit into the area around the house, right? Okay, Josh.
What?
Yeah, you can you zoom in, please? Yeah. There we go. There we're getting closer. Okay, very good. I think the hammerhead is much better. Is much better resolved on this particular site than the others. So I appreciate that. I have this is the only place where you really have an understanding of how you approach the house. The comment we made before about how do you find the front door and so forth. And some of this information should be included in the architectural plans. That's usually the way it's presented. The walkway, anyway. One comment here is about the mechanical nature of the walkways. I think there was maybe the paths don't have to be designed. They don't have to be made of stone or however informal they are. The layout is definitely overly formal, and it has all these right angles and so forth. That's just not right. It's a minor detail, but I noticed that. Also, I also noticed the south wall. I think it would be better to have a shelf or a drop rather than an awkward sloping of the meadow up to the pool. Let's see what else I got on the site plan. Okay, let's go then to the architecture, which is on page which is on the farther up on, let's say, well, let's start on the 3D models, and the 3D models start on page 10, I believe. And I'd like to say that I like the massing models better than I like the presentations. The reason being is that the approach that it seems to be taken on these long houses to break them down is just to throw every single style into the composition. I like the massive models because they're all done on the same style. They have white walls, and they have roofs, and you get to kind of, it seems like the project is better integrated. Granted, it break up these long masses with certain things, but I would request that the architect uses more caution in the mixing of styles and the elements. The comment about indicating the the location of the elevations, it's not just the technicality. It means a lot. In typical architectural school, you know that the north elevation is not like the south elevation at all. They're completely different. They have a different meaning, especially in locations like this, where in geographical locations like this, where the weather is the determinant and all the elements like these awnings that are so important and so nice and so typical of this style are functional. You don't put sun protection on the north, you put the sun protection on the south, and different types of south, especially on the west. So that's that comment. What I find also, I mean, the different materials and styles, there gotta be a way to bring everything a little bit closer together. The verticality of some of the openings, it's a little, I mean, it's not completely integrated. Like if I look at on page, let's say page 8, you have the south elevation and the east and west. And you have this long, tall windows that they seem to be like at least 8 feet tall, or like looks like 3 by 8 or something like that. Just, you know, it's a nice statement. It's one kind of statement, and somehow is similar to other. Well, that statement is again made in the on the opposite side, on the left, it says left elevation. It's just that they don't quite, the family of windows are not completely together. It's not like a good coherent family. There's just a lot of stuff. The very long, tall windows, and then the more kind of a rectangular size. And that is complicated on the, I think the front you have, I think the front is the north, and it opens into a courtyard, and it has what appears to be some sliding or lift and slide or folding doors, or some kind of a different door that opens into the courtyard. And we see there all sorts of architectural materials and shapes, and each and every one of them is pleasant and well done, but it's just like they just don't get together. I like the metal roofs, but they wouldn't be on the north. There seems to be a board and back or some kind of vertical wood siding that appears to be. Then some kind of a stone. And on the left side of the front, you see those very tall windows again. On the edge of the rooms, not sure what happens there. Anyway, there's a lot of stuff here. And you need to bring the style of, again, the question is, somebody asks you, what's the style of your residence? And it should be an answer, you know. And the answer should better not be the cliche of eclectic. It's eclectic, so anything goes. Well, there are better answers than that. So the same comments posted on the other elevations, I think, and the other projects. I think it's here is pretty clear. Thank you.
So Alex, this is Joe. Just jumping in here real quick. I'd like to maybe, if I could get you to summarize those in maybe a more succinct set of comments. I was kind of struggling to follow precise comments, but also if I could ask everyone on the call that isn't speaking to mute their mic. I'm getting a lot of feedback from someone typing, I think, and so it makes it very difficult to hear what's going on. So thank you. Okay, go ahead, Alex.
The comments on the site plan, I think they were simple and minor. The walkways look very mechanical and inappropriate for rural setting. That's the simple. So the question from the chair to use a drop on the south edge of the instead of a sloping site. Regarding the architecture, several comments. One is to simplify and unify the dispersed elements used throughout. That's one comment. The second comment is to use the sun protection elements appropriately, meaning the one used in the north should be very different than the sun protection used on the south side and the south elevations. There's another more comment. It would be to clarify clarify how the front door, the access is announced. It appears to be a door leading into a low space. With it appears to be unclear what is the intent of that. How do you access that open court? And as in previous comments, the idea of bringing the site elements into the floor plan, that's a good way to show how everything works together, and so we don't have to find them on the civic on the civil sheets that are usually done by, you know, I mean, I understand why the site plan is. I'm sorry, I'm saying too much. I think the comment should be include on the architectural plans the immediate site elements, like how do you access the front door, how do you the landings, how the floor plan relates to the site plan. Is that clear, or am I rambling too much?
That was much better. I'm trying to keep up. So I say for the last comment I have, include on architectural plans the immediate site elements and how the floor plan relates to the site plan.
Excellent.
Is that correct?
Yeah, very good.
All right.
My wife June said that your accent gets worse with every passing year and nobody understands you. So I apologize.
No, that was great. Thanks for clarifying. I appreciate it.
Okay, you're good, Alex. Vice Chair Bloomer, comments?
My only comment really is on the roof. My only comment in terms of, I actually kind of like the style of the house, and I think it's well done. Let's see, where is it? There we are. Okay. There's a slight roof crack on this. You can see it here coming down the side. So yeah, there's just a general separation. You can see it again here. I question whether that detail is going to work. Just look at that, study the elevation, and make somebody that knows how to detail that will probably need to have more dimension to work with there. And I think architecturally it'll help to create a larger separation of the two roofs. It seems like a very slight, either continue the roof in, you know, in one continuous elevation, or further separate that. I think you'll find that it'll improve that. And I think, again, I like the palette of the project, and I think it's a successful project. Just work on the details.
Okay, good. All right, I concur. I think I like the materiality here. I'm a little confused maybe by the front door. I guess that's the big opening with the big sliders that brings you into the courtyard, and then you go to the front door. But then you look at the left there, and that kind of looks like a front door. So not 100% sure. So a little clarity might help there. I agree with Alex's comments, and then I would just expand. I think for all three of these, the adding the sections that we requested previously, north, south, east, and west, so we can see how each home nestles into the hillside or doesn't. Also, I think at this point you're close. You know, the massing models were really helpful, but I think adding the materials to them for next time will be helpful. So basically taking what we're seeing right here, right now, with the color and the materials, adding those to the 3D models, and any landscape elements. Topo would be great, but it's probably more difficult. At least pathways to the front door and maybe some trees that are, you know, strategically located. It'd be helpful to see those in the 3D renderings. I think that was it for my comments. I do like this and I think you're on the right track with all three of these. We really appreciate all the moves that you made to address our comments from the last time. I think you've done a stand-up job of that. Just a little bit more on these last two projects. It just needs a little bit more help. But is there any other comment from any board member?
Yes, I'd like to, if we go back to the pool on this project, that if you held back the apron on the east and west side of the pool and let the pool visually extend out a little farther, 3 or 4 feet, I think it would give a better presence to the pool instead of the pavement.
Josh, can you go to the pool? Pay attention.
It's 18, it'll be
18, yeah, probably the last sheet. 19.
19.
Remember, there's a big lag here between what I do and what you see.
Yeah. So, John, you're saying leave the patio where it is and push the pool further south?
No, I'm saying reduce the amount of paving on the east and west side of the pool and leave the pool where it is. And so it would kind of make the pool seem as if it was extending out and being more important than the paving. Do you follow me?
Can you zoom in, Josh? I think John is talking about removing the southern portion of the paving around the pool, just to cut it.
Yeah. Move the edge of the paving on the east and west side to the north, say 3 or 4 feet, and let the pool extend out a little bit. I think it would give it better presence.
If I might interject, Mr. Chair, I think that I was kind of going to hold back on this, but I'll just bring it up. I think that the swimming pools and their layout and design, they're just very generic. So I think the applicant should either put a dotted line of a suggested pool location and leave it at that, and if they're going to present it as a part of the landscape plan, then fully develop it and put an appropriate hardscape around it with appropriate pathways. Not all these pools have to be done with the same material, how it gets broken up, the shape of it, how it gets landscaped. Those are all choices that can be made by the homeowner that later. So I think it needs to be determined whether or not this is a placeholder and label it as such with a dotted line. Say this is where we think the pool should go, so that we can prove this thing as a kind of a site planning effort, and then let people decide for themselves later what their pools look like, and integrate them into the landscape, or make a presentation that does a good job of actually articulating what should happen there. I think that should be a differentiation. Maybe come back with a little bit.
So Steve, can you speak to that real quick? Are these meant to be, maybe the pool will go here and this is what it might look like, or is this a presentation for approval of the pool with the hardscape as shown? I tend to agree with Josh.
These are really just placeholders. So to do a dotted line, which I think is actually what we did on the Meadows ones, would be glad to do, because you do want people to finish them out to their own taste.
Okay. All right. Does that answer your question, John? I mean, I think we're taking your point, but either develop it more or develop it less.
Understood.
That's a suggestion. Okay. All right. Anything else?
Mr. Chair, I think we issued some kind of contradictory comments, and I don't want to force it one way or the other, but I want the applicant to be clear. Josh, it seems like you like the complexity and the diversity of materials, and I find it too chaotic, and it should be more concentrated. It should be a little bit more organized. how does the rest of the board feel about that? Because I'm saying that because the architect is going to go one way or the other, right? Like my position is like, gee, I like the massive models better because they're simpler.
Well, I think Alex, I think that's why I'm requesting that the materiality be superimposed on the models, because I don't know it's kind of, even with this, this sheet that we're looking at, there's the right side is pushed to the background, and that looks like, I think it's supposed to be stucco. I'm not sure. And then we have the vertical planks, and then we have the stone, and then we have the metal roof, and we have the other roof. So I'd like to see more information about.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Anyway, yeah, I just wanted to clarify, but I think we're kind of undecided, right? Like I'm trying to get a consensus so the applicant knows which way to go.
Right, and I hear what you're saying. Does the applicant have any questions about that? Are you clear on what we're at?
I mean, personally, I like what we the way it's set forth here. I kind of agree with Josh, and I agree with what Bob and Aaron have done. We have built several of these in this exact in other places in this exact kind of mixture, and it really is well accepted. I do understand what Alex is saying, but I guess the bottom line is we like what's set forth here.
Yeah, so we can either say, Alex, that one member feels that materiality should be simplified. John, if you have any, leanings one way or the other, let us know.
No, I don't.
So why don't we just say one member feels that is it too many different materials happening? Is that the gist, Alex?
Yes, basically, yeah. There are too many architectural styles thrown together. But I think we communicated. We're good. Okay, so I think I passed the message, so we'll see what happens.
Okay, and so for this one, do we want to return for preliminary or preliminary final?
Preliminary.
I like preliminary final.
This one, I mean, it was pretty clear. The first one could come back for prelim final. The second one, prelim. I think this one is.
We'd like to come back for preliminary final.
I think there's still a lot on this one. I mean, we can always schedule it for prelim final, and if they don't have everything, then they have to come back another time. So it's really getting lost in the game as far as I'm concerned. What do you think, Alex?
Well, I just think that the window shapes and dimensions might change, which will affect the structure. I'm not sure what the final means, like if they have structural plans, they're going to have, I'm not sure, maybe we don't need to go that far for final, but I have some questions as to, the openings, the shapes and sizes and locations of openings.
So I guess it'll be up to the applicant to decide how far they want to take it. But
we'd like to come back for a preliminary final, and it's kind of at our risk.
Right, exactly. So I think
there's not something there that you don't like. We've done a lot of work.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah. So back for prelim final when you're ready, and thank you guys.
Thank you
for your hard work. Questions?
Thank you, board, very much.
Thank you.
Can we have a break, like a 15-minute break, and we can eat
I was
something?
going to ask, do you want just a quick break, 15 minutes? It's already with 1:20. We have two kind of large projects left to go. We were expecting to be done sooner, of course, but apparently I'm not very good at this. So I think we should take at least a 15-minute break, and unless anyone objects or needs longer for lunch, and let's reconvene at 1:35 p.m. for the remaining two items. Okay.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
All right, thank you. Okay. Reconvene the meeting of September 4th for SBAR with item number 8, the Sandu LLC new single-family dwelling. This is for further conceptual review of a single-story residence, deck, stairs, equipment vault, trash enclosure, pool and spa. The lower level of the residence will be considered uninhabited and will be completely open and unobstructed with the exception of the screened carport and concrete mechanical vault or trash enclosure. Total of 1 acre will be revegetated and restored to replace dominated habitat with native dune species. This is at 501 Sandpoint Road in Carpinteria. And do we have the applicants with us? And please state your names for the record.
Hi, Jennifer Siemens, land use consultant for the owner. We have Danny Longwill, our architect.
Hello.
And it said looks like I unmuted. This is Susan Van Atta, landscape architect.
Okay, and a question for the applicant, how have you oriented your presentation? Should I read through all these comments or do you want to do them one by one, or what's your preference?
Yeah, I think it's probably easiest to just go through in order of the pages digitally and bring. I mean, I think it'd be good to read through the comments, and then as we go through, I'll kind of stop at how we address these. Does that work?
Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll read all the comments right now. No public comment from last time. SBAR comments from, I guess that would be November 1st from 2019. A, board supportive of overall concept, location, use of materials, and landscape. B, board supportive of structure raised on pylons without breakaway walls. C, concerns regarding height and length of structure, study ways to reduce overall height, reduce plate height, reduce length of house, overall size, and minimize environmental footprint. D, remove proposed AC units from the roof, place on ground, or remove entirely. E, show engineering required for the project, structural and mechanical, to lower building height and show realistic building volume. F, concrete roof would lower height of overall structure and carry load of green roof. G, extend berm to the north along western property boundary. H, screening along north side of the carport to reduce visual impact. And lastly, I, use of glass is extensive. Some board members have concerns about reflective qualities of glass railing. Study breakup of length of glass with alternative materials. So whenever you're ready, go ahead and take it away. And Josh will be driving here, so just tell him what sheet you want to be on.
Thank you. Yeah, so I just to jump in where we left off, I think the board was overall supportive of the project, and we had done a site visit and at that time, and I think you really challenged us to come back with a really tightened project, just kind of squeeze it as much as we could, demonstrate that the concepts we were showing you were realistic and feasible, trying to basically put the proof in front of you that this was going to be the, most sustainable, environmentally friendly project that it can be on this site, given the sensitivity. So we took that challenge seriously. We spent many months engineering, a lot of time and money, and I think we're really happy with the results of that, and we feel really good about that direction. And I think it was actually a very helpful exercise for us in the project. I think it's just gotten better. So if you can just kind of go page by page, and I'll just stop you when I get. So next. So this is a study we wanted to show the kind of scale of development around the property on both sides of the estuary. So you can see we did a study of the adjacent properties and the size of development that exists on those relative to their lot size, and we're well above the average. We're on the small side for what we're proposing with our kind of development footprint of 3,644 square feet. The average is just about 7,000. So we're just about half of the average of the adjacent properties. And we're proposing a development of less than 1% of the site. So you can go next. So we wanted to demonstrate that this, in fact, we've done a very extensive internal critique of this project and what deserves to be on this, or what's allowed to be on here from kind of a site constraint, environmentally sensitive viewpoint, and how much of the site could be developed and should be developed. So you can see where we started with the owner. We had big dreams, grand project. It seems kind of obvious when you first go out onto the property that you'd want your beautiful home to be out on this peninsula. But as we got biologists on the team and Susan Venata, and we learned more about the estuary and the sensitivities of the site, we kept pulling back and reducing and pulling back and reducing. And this just is kind of an outline of that process that not everyone got to see along with us. And you can see where we are today. We're coupled with the adjacent development. We're pulled back to the west. We're leaving the 1 acre of site to be restored and preserved to in perpetuity of natural and native habitat. We're now proposing a 3,256 square foot house. Okay. Go to the next, please. So one of the things that was a concern is the neighbor to the west. They've always been the last property on the lane. So we've tried to come up with a design that was sensitive to their position on the coast. We are in this last edition, we did push the project 9 feet further east, which is, we're doing everything we can to preserve the most amount of restored habitat and open space to the east. So we're trying to find a balance between, the neighborhood and, the sensitivities of the site. And we were able to reduce the overall length of the house by 3 feet. So the shift is only 6 feet to the east, but 9 feet further away from the neighbor. We went through and reduced all the ceiling heights to as much as we thought was reasonable. Only in the great room, we are at 10'6" now. We were at 11'6". We're 10'6", and we do want to have ceiling fans for passive cooling and ventilation. So I think that's a nice height for the main space. All the other bedrooms have gone down to 9 feet ceiling heights. We had the master was previously at 11'6". So I think we've really kind of squeezed it to what we can, and you'll see when we get into the structural study that we also, we slimmed the structure in every way that we could to help squeeze down, reduce the mass and bulk. And you can see the red line represents we've pushed our motor court 11 feet from the property line to allow just an ample space to continue the screening and buffer between the neighbor to the east as much as possible. Okay, next, please. So these are some just further building analysis footprint to demonstrate, the sensitive areas of the site for vegetation and wildlife. So you can see that in the middle slide there, we've got over an acre of landscape area, site area that's sort of the dry land area of the site that's proposed to be restored with native habitat and maintained. It's now mostly overgrown with weeds, with a mixture of some native plants within. So the PROS project, plans to bring it back to the most kind of pristine, natural site that it can be, and that's the landscape plan. Basically, we'll get there next. Next, please. This is another exhibit showing the footprint of the building in relationship to the land area of the site. Next. In this process, with the challenge you gave us, we went through all components of the project to try and make this just an all-around environmentally sustainable project for what it is. And we've listed those features here. We met with the Santa Barbara Green Build 2 program, and we were granted their Tier 1 green rating for residents, which we're given a stamp to carry with the project. And that rating is based on the holistic view of the sustainable project. It goes from energy usage to shading, to siding, to building materials, and so it's a point system. We sat down and went through the points of the project, and they've given us that rating. So we're proud of that, and it's just another sign that we're on the right path. Next, please. So this is another study. It's related to the setbacks. We wanted to demonstrate that our proximity to our one neighbor to the west was reasonable within the Sandpoint community. Our proposed separation between our proposed project and the neighbor is 64.9 feet, which is further than any house on Sandpoint except for one that's kind of a double lot there in the middle, which has a 194-foot separation. But you can see if you go down the list, the distances between structures, where it's a generous space between us and the neighbor. That coupled with the fact that our building is oriented east-west rather than north-south, so the profile of our building that abuts their property line is a very small structure, very small mass. And we've removed all windows on that side of the house except for one little porthole window, which is well above eye level. So we'll see that in a little bit. Next, please. Survey, so next. This is our overall site plan. I think it's important to look at, just understand we have these constraints between the revetment, the string line, the environment, the undeveloped portion of the site, and utility easements to the north. So we're squeezed in there. We're trying to fit this like a glove and minimize the footprint as much as possible. So next, please. Oops. If you can forward the slide when you're ready. So here, again, the site sections demonstrating our ceiling heights. And also, I think the middle slide, the middle view, the middle section C is important to look at because that demonstrates a lot of the other constraints that aren't seen from above. We have these kind of vertical constraints related to the effects of sea level rise and coastal hazard that we've been working through with our engineer. And you can see the heights that we have to be at to avoid damage from flood. And, you know, we are required to treat this as if the rock revetments there are not existing. So the engineering studies all are based on as if that were to go away, and over a long period of time, the effects of sea level rise and storms would have on this site. And there's an outline there that actually shows a shift in the profile of the landscape. So our caisson design and the engineering for the project was actually designed to account for scour as if the beach had eroded and shifted over time. So it's just kind of an interesting aspect of how detailed we got at this stage. And I'm glad we did because it's an important part of the project. So if you can go to the next, please. Just some renderings to demonstrate the materials. We're using FSC certified reclaimed teak. Most of the facade that has glass has operable sliding louvered screens, and this is done for solar control so that we can have a passively controlled house. There's a lot of glare from the ocean and gets a lot of sun, so I think this is actually going to be both a beautiful architectural feature as well as a feature of comfort and sustainability for the house. It also provides, you asked to kind of provide some breakup for the glass, and by moving these to the outer side of the deck, it really, and outside of the glass, it really does that job of keeping the house cool and keeping the glare, out of the house and off the glass too. So you don't, if we put shades inside the glass, which we do have that as well, you still can get the glare off the glass. So that was one of your comments, was the reflectivity, and we have specified a glass with external reflectivity of 11%, which is at the very low end of the clear glass spectrum. And it's a bird safety glass called Bird First by Guardian. It's a new product. It's been tested to be among the highest level of bird deterrent. So I think that, along with the screens that will be put in place, over the glass when the property is not being occupied and vacant. So the times when, between the bird glass and this, we think we've done a really good job of preventing collisions with glass and the bird. The other, you can see there, the pool. The pool is actually a prefabricated stainless steel pool with an infinity edge, and it has covers. It's a covered pool, but it comes up from the bottom on slats and covers, so we don't have to have that track. It enables us to have an infinity edge and eliminate the piece of glass on the eastern facade. And that was a concern by one member of the board, that eastern piece of glass might be the biggest factor of glare. So we were able to eliminate that. Also, we've lightened the load of this shallow pool. We've made the most of the depth by using this stainless steel insert, and we think it's going to be, the right pool for this project. It utilizes UV filtration rather than chemical, and it is powered by a heat pump, electric heat pump heater, which we have an ample amount of solar on this property. So we've eliminated gas from heating the pool. The equipment is mounted to the underside of the decking there above flood levels. And it, efficiently heats the pool because of our energy production. So we're excited about that option for the pool. There's on the lower left slide, you can see that facade that faces the neighbor to the west. And that's the only bit of glazing is that little portal window on that side. And what's not shown on this plan, which you will see on Susan's Banata's landscape plan, is there is planting and screening around that portion of the lower level there that will help nestle the building into the site. So, yes.
Next slide, Josh.
So this is our caisson level that we worked in great lengths with our soils engineer and our structural engineer to minimize these. We really wanted to get this down to just 2 rows of caissons, and we've been able to do that. And we've actually eliminated a few caissons from the previous concept. So another factor that's really interesting is we are not doing any sort of grade beams at ground level, which is pretty unique at the beach. Most projects, if you're familiar, will have caissons, and then at ground level they have a fairly intricate web of grade beams just below the grade. But with our adjusting ground level and the goal of letting this ground level kind of be free to evolve with vegetation, plant life, and the flow of water over time, we really wanted to get those grade beams out of that level. So those have been eliminated. Next, please. So this is the floor plan. It's 3 bedrooms, 3.5 baths, pool, spa. We have eliminated some of the glass in that great room because we kind of brought those return walls around where the island is. It gave us a little more nestled feel architecturally. I think the big kind of great room that's open with views, it's nice to have some of it tucked away. We have pocketing doors there. We're using a product called Petrokska, which is a very minimal frame. It's a structural piece of glass, so you can have big panels with very little frame to obstruct your views. Next, please. The roof is actually in a very important part of this project. We have green roofs proposed, and you'll see the details of that on Susan's plan. We have photovoltaic panels. We have solar hot water. We have a sunken mechanical room that's down below the roof level where we have our heat pumps. And what else do we have? We have our skylights providing natural light into the core of the building. So given the constraints at ground level on the site, the roof becomes a very important part of the project here. We've also been able to provide an access hatch. That was actually a comment a member had was, how are you going to get up there? You've got all this stuff. So we think we have a good solution for that. And if you go back one, you can actually see it on the floor plan.
Hey, Danny, I want to try and push a little bit faster.
Okay.
Maybe we can focus on what's changed from the last time, because I think we all have a pretty good.
Those are just, the changes. I think the mechanical systems you wanted us to look in that. So someone had asked about doing a concrete roof. We looked into that, but due to the weight of that plus the green roof, it actually got thicker than if we did a steel single plane roof. So it is a steel roof. We've made that as thin as possible. It also allows us to do recessed lighting and recessed shades and provide some ducting. We have a split system heat pump that also that provides our air conditioning, which it's kind of an air conditioning light system. We don't plan to use it, but if you look at the forecast for Carpinteria tomorrow of 95 degrees, there's some times when you'll want it. And that same system works to heat our radiant floor system. And so it supplements that. Our radiant floor system is the primary heat source. And we also are using heat pump to heat the water along with solar collector. So it's a very kind of innovative system using almost entirely electricity. It's very efficient. It's very space efficient. It allows us to reduce ducting and reduce the overall mass and size of the scale. So I think that's it on that. And I'd like to hand it over to Susan Vanatta to give a chance to explain the landscape a bit, because there were some comments on that. So I think that's just a few clicks further. Page number.
Okay, and then again, same, Susan, if you could maybe focus on what's different. I don't think we need a full recap of the landscape as a project, but if we can just focus on what the changes were made.
Yes.
43, page 43.
There you go.
Okay, so that last page we reviewed previously, and we were asked to provide a little more screening, which we did along the property line and berm. And that's really all I need to say, unless you have questions.
Okay. All right, well, that was a lot faster than I expected. What kind of screening are we talking about? The same, was it lemonade berry, or did you pick something else?
A concern was expressed the lemonade berry wouldn't be tall enough, and so we added also something called Mirica. So sort of some layering there, but the berm also helps to, the screening starts higher.
Great. Okay, perfect. Anything else from the applicant for your presentation?
No, I think that's it. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So back to the board for questions. Member Verdiak, do you have questions?
No, not at this time.
Okay, Member Pujol?
Yeah, only two quick questions. How do you operate those exterior shade systems? Do you walk outside? Are they automatic? How do they work?
Yeah, there's a couple of them that are manual that can be easily reached, but there are also a few that are motorized, and we have the components of that, and the frame maker, and it all seems like it's going to work well.
And how about the lower level screen? What is that? Are these slats or what are
Yeah, those are fixed slats. It's more or less a fence, but it's attached to the structure at the top and the ground at the bottom, and that just screens the visual aspect of the cars in the carport. So we've just
Thanks.
Okay, nothing else, Alex. Vice Chair Bloomer? Questions?
None. Thanks.
No, thanks. Okay. I think I just have one question. So the entry staircase is just a continuous run of risers. Is there a possibility to maybe just break that up with one landing, or does that create other problems?
Well, I think the landing, it's the most efficient now, and what we've done is kind of an elongated, like low slope, low rise ratio, and it's sort of nestled in between the higher planting. So I'm not sure. I mean, we've studied different configurations, and if it had a landing, I think it would just get a little bit longer, take up a little more space. And also, it's a single piece that can be adapt to the change of the ground level. So if over time it were to get washed away, you can add a tread to it and keep going. So it'll be partially buried with the ability to add tread. So I think we're just trying to keep it open and thin and simple.
Yeah. Okay. All righty. Very good. Thank you. If there's no other questions from the board, we'll go to the comments from the general public. Do we have anyone wishing to speak on this item? I don't see no one speaking up. I don't see anything in the comments. So if you do want to speak on this, let us know, but not seeing anyone. So back to the board for comments. Mr. Vertiak.
Well, I think it's really a piece of work. It's well thought out, and I like it. It's very impressive.
Okay, good. And just to remind the board, this is here for further conceptual. So anything else, John?
No, that's it.
Okay, good. Member Peugeot, comments?
Yeah, I think I agree, but that was an understatement. I think this is a phenomenal project. I want to congratulate the team for really going over every single hoop with style and quality responses to everything that's been thrown your way in terms of at every level. I think it's really an extraordinary project, and I'm very impressed. I think it's ready for preliminary when it comes back from the planning commission. I think it is, or the zoning, coastal zoning, right? Is that coastal zone hearing, right? That's what it needs to go through, right? Am I correct?
Zoning administrator, yeah.
Oh, it's the zoning administrator. Okay, well, that's
Yeah.
yeah. So I think it's ready to go, and I just have absolutely no objections to anything presented, and I'm very impressed with the quality of the work that we're seeing.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Mr. Bloomer?
Yeah, I concur with both the previous comments, and I'll just add that I'm glad, Danny, that it's you and your team that are, along with Susan and others who got the commission for this particular property. Said, I think it's a very sensitive kind of end of the line piece of land, and I don't think we could have asked for a better solution for this site. And I'm glad you and your client especially were willing to take it to that level to make it work. It's pretty good precedent building kind of look at like how we should be building along the coastline here in California. So I don't know if it solves all of our problems, but I definitely see the effort there, and I think it should be rewarded. I hope nothing else gets in the way, and it's smooth sailing for you. But we'll be looking forward to approving this on its way back.
All right, very good. I concur with everyone that's spoken thus far. I think I appreciate that you all really addressed each one of our comments and were willing to move with us. So nice work. We'll bring you back. How does the board feel? Bring it back for a preliminary, full board?
Yeah, preliminary.
I think you should come back for preliminary final, Chris.
Yeah, definitely. It's all worked out.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so back whenever you're ready, preliminary, final, full board. Nice work.
Great. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on to our final item of the afternoon. This is labeled as number 8, but we just saw number 8, so this is number 9. This is the Neff new dwelling, garage, ADU, and pool. This is for further conceptual review and viewing of story poles of a 4,113 net square foot multi-level house, 488 square foot attached garage, I guess that's maybe 8 by 15 foot spa, and 700 square feet of decks. There's an existing structure. This is located at 3525 Padara Lane. And do we have our team present? Say your names for the record, please.
Hi, it's Jennifer Siemens again, land use agent for the owner. And then we have Robin Donaldson and Nick Schwaller here, architects.
Okay. And I think I'll go ahead and read the comments from last time, which was February 28th, 6 months ago. So as for our comments, A, citing of proposal is respectful to privacy between neighbors. B, location of proposed structure is appropriate in terms of setbacks. C, board is supportive of proposed materials and architectural style. D, board suggests integrating architectural shade element for second-story deck and spa. E, study additional planting space where possible, particularly around property boundaries. Return with landscape plan. F, board requires site visit and story polls. So just show of hands, who was able to make it by to look at the story polls?
Well, I did.
I was not able, apologies.
Okay, Alex, Josh?
Yeah, I wasn't aware of it.
Okay, yeah, I'm actually on vacation right now, but I didn't get this until last night. So it looks like only one of us saw the story polls, so our apologies for that. But why don't we have applicant go ahead and start your presentation whenever you're ready.
So
Again,
I just,
what's changed as opposed to revisiting the whole. Thanks.
yeah, I just wanted to give you guys a quick update. So, we're here back in February, and since then we've been working with staff on a few different things, obviously to get our application deemed complete and get our coastal hazards analysis peer reviewed. But another thing that we've been discussing with staff is our proposed front yard variance. We are proposing to encroach into the front yard setback. We're still setting back from where the existing house is, and we're in line with where our neighbors are. But the last time that we met with staff, they said that they wanted us to discuss this with you in a more particular way. You guys did address setbacks in the last meeting, saying that you thought they were appropriate, but I suppose we need to revisit that. And I don't know what to say about the story polls. I suppose, they will be up for a few more days and we will have photos, but that's kind of maybe a moot point because we weren't necessarily planning on coming back until after our hearing, but I guess we can discuss that as we go along.
Okay. I also, there is a planner memo here, so I want to read what we're wanting to focus on here. The project is still under P&D review in order to determine compliance with the site's AR1 zone district. Let's see, the Santa Barbara County Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance and the policies of comprehensive plan, including the Toro Canyon Community Plan. And so the project may proceed for further conceptual. And then, so please, for the board, please specifically comment on the following. The project has applied for a variance to allow for encroachment into the required front setback by as much as 15 feet. Please comment on the proposed design in respect to the scope, massing, size, and neighborhood compatibility of the project. Please be advised that the applicant has been informed that the string line as currently depicted may not be in conformance with coastal land use policy plan policy 4-5, and that some sections of the proposed project may extend past the string line of the parcel. Policy 4-5 reads, in addition to that required for safety, see policy 3-4, further bluff setbacks may be required for oceanfront structures to minimize or avoid impacts on public views from the beach. Bluff top structures shall be set back from the bluff edge sufficiently far to ensure that the structure does not infringe on views from the beach except in areas where existing structures on both sides of the proposed structure may already impact public views from the beach. In such cases, the new structure shall be located no closer to the bluff edge than the adjacent structures. All right, so go ahead and take it away, applicant, when you're ready.
Okay. Chair Gilliland, this is Robin Donaldson. I'm just wondering, our understanding is that the main issue to address has to do with the setback on the Padero Lane side of the building. And staff wanted, that was part of the exercise with the story polls, was for you guys to see that. And I'm wondering if there's, we do have photos of those story polls, so I don't know if that's helpful to the board to see those photos. And we also have a plan of the whole street that shows our building relative to others in terms of the setback and the various variances that have been granted in the past and so on. So you get an idea of the typical setback that our neighbors are enjoying. And we're really only asking to be not even as far as our neighbors enjoy, the privileges our neighbors enjoy along Padero Lane. So I'm just kind of asking out loud, what's the best way to approach this to be most effective for the board? And
yeah, I think that pictures of the story polls will definitely help. And if you can sort of show us your side of the story with regards to those setbacks, maybe we can give you the permission on become the presenter on this. Do you have the capability to do that, or is that shown within the package here?
that would be Nicholas. I don't think we have him in the package. We didn't submit him, but Nicholas Schwaller from my office should be able to pull those up.
And I guess I think we just didn't get, I don't know how long the story polls have been up, but I think the word came in on Wednesday night that we had story polls. So we do apologize for not, but we wish we had
they
more
were up
time.
they were up on Tuesday.
Yeah. On top of that, there was confusion as to there were two items listed as number 8, and they had different addresses, so that added to the chaos.
Yeah, I can imagine.
So why don't we turn it over to you, and you can show us the pictures of the story polls and maybe a little bit about the.
Yeah, and also Nick, if you could show the, I don't know if it's in the package or not, but show that plan of the street that shows the setback of all the houses along the street.
So Chris, do you want me to give Nicholas control?
Yes.
Okay, hold on a second. You already did that?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Nicholas, it's you just need to get into your screen sharing function and you're good to go. I think it should be noted too that the story polls aren't just for expert architects to review, for the whole neighborhood and general understanding of what's being presented. So and I actually think the photographs will help a lot.
Yeah, and also, Nick, could we show the street plan first so that the board understands the context, and then they'll understand the story polls? Do you know which drawing I'm talking about?
I think it's item 4 on your previous presentation, on your previous set. I think you have an aerial photograph and so forth.
That's right.
Okay.
Well, we got the photos, so let's look at the photos. This is as you're coming down Padero. You're looking from the east towards the west, towards Santa Barbara. As you're coming down the street, you can make out Nick, can you show where you start to see the story poles a little bit there? That's the top of the house there. And then let's go to the next slide. Not that project. You guys will see that another time. Then, let's go back, Nick, please. Right there. Thank you. Okay, so this is showing, as the board may recall, there the existing building is, could you point to it with your cursor, please, Nick? Right there. That's an existing structure. We're set back from that structure, and you've seen it in plan. And this is a second-story element over the garage back here, and then you can see our neighbor to the west, how he comes way up above us. Not quite sure how, and then how the base of his building, of course, continues beyond us. One of the things to keep in mind is that all of these lots are at an angle to, it's almost a 30-degree angle to Padero Lane, so each lot is stepping. And that's why I said if you look at it in plan, you'll see how it lines up with all the other houses as you come along there. There we go. Great. If you could zoom in on our parcel, please. So this is showing the setback from the center line, or actually the setback from the, Jennifer, help me out. This is the setback from the center line, right, of the road?
I believe, well, it's probably also from the edge of the right of way.
Yeah, on the edge of the right of way. Okay, that's right. And then you can see how the different structures all along our whole entire neighborhood all push into the setback. Some, the green ones, the ones that are indicated in green, were granted variances. Is that correct, Jennifer?
Correct. The ones that are red, they encroach, and they did not receive variances, but they still encroach.
So and you can see how we're actually, if you were actually do a string line, we're back a little bit even from that string line. And you can see how that existing structure that's on our property, how we've set back from that property. So we think our setback makes sense relative to all the neighbors and neighborhood compatibility. We appreciate the comment from the board about the structure being appropriate in terms of setbacks, but of course, seeing the story poles hopefully reinforces that and supports that. And we're just simply, the size of our structure, the architectural design and so on, really has no impact on our request to build to this line. We simply feel that this line is the line that all of our neighbors enjoy, and we are simply want the same privileges for our client. So that's describing that. And I think the staff is just looking for a confirmation of your previous comments about being comfortable with the setback, the whole project in terms of setbacks. The staff did make a comment about the string line on the ocean, and that has to do with taking the string line from the most restrictive corner of each structure on each side of us. And their recommendation is that we do that, and that has an effect on us, but we would comply to that. We don't have an issue with that. But the side setbacks, of course, we're meeting the side setbacks. We're not asking for anything there. We have a very narrow lot, as you guys know. And other than that, we have changed nothing about the design since we met 6 months ago. We really have been working on a whole bunch of other issues, the wave up rush studies, all of those kinds of things. There's engineering issues. And then, of course, wanted to get in front of the board for comments on the setback on the Padero Lane side.
Okay, so this setback issue was present last time we looked at this too, right? I don't think we had an issue.
Exactly the same. Yeah. Nothing's changed. It's exactly where it was before.
And what you're saying is you haven't changed the project either. So the
right, pending us getting feedback on this issue.
Sorry. Okay. So the second story shade element is not. You're not planning to do that, right?
No. We are planning to do that, but if we don't get a favorable support on where we've designed the house to this point, then we would have to redesign, and who knows if we'd even need the shade element. So we've just kind of paused on those design elements, including the landscape, Chris.
Okay, so you're
until we got feedback.
just to get comments on the setback issue today.
Yeah, yeah.
Can I ask a question, Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Yes, and on this, Robin, on these graphics, are they all one-story encroachments or two stories or both of them, or what's the?
Yeah, good question. Alex, they vary. Some are one story, some are two story. As you drive down the street, in fact, we have a couple pictures there to show of some of the two story and some of the one story. Like for instance, our neighbor to the east is one story, but our neighbor to the west is two story. The next one, is, I believe, is two story, then a one story, then a two story. It's kind of like that as you go down the street. It goes back and forth.
Okay, thank you.
Pictures. These are all the pictures.
Yeah, I believe so. I think we have some neighbor pictures, Nick, that you took, maybe from another angle. That was one of the two stories. This is that two-story portion there. We're in the line with the two-story portion, by the way, Alex.
Okay.
Their lower portion pushes out even further.
So, Mr. Chair, a question. We had 5 comments, and on comment B last time, we said that the location of proposed structure is appropriate in terms of setbacks.
Yeah.
We are reviewing that point only, right? Is that correct, Robin? Is that what we're doing? We're reaffirming that comment? Is that what you want us to do?
Alex, that is my understanding based on our last discussions with staff, and what they hope to get from your board was support for that setback.
So do we have let's see, do you have a planner yet? Yeah, Delaney. Is Delaney with us? No? Don't see her. So if we already made the comment that we're supporting the setback, why, I guess we just do it again?
I'm afraid so. It's a little confusing to us, but I think they felt, since you requested to do story polls, why not go ahead and do the story polls and just bring that subject up again?
All right, well, there it is. So are there any other questions from the board?
No.
Okay, can you maybe show us the site plan? And hopefully it has some adjacent structures on it, aside from what you just did with the aerial.
Yeah, I believe we could go back to the submittal, and maybe Josh can take over our submittal. That information's in our submittal.
I think it's 5 and 6. Pages 5 and 6 will show it.
So let's go ahead and Josh get back up, and we'll just take a quick look and see if there's anything that jumps out.
And you say sheets 5 and 6?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's that drawing there. Yeah, Josh, that's a good one right there.
Yeah, go back one.
One more, okay.
Right there, yeah. Yeah.
Okay. All right, there's a lot of lines there.
The wider, to be helpful, the white is the roof. Essentially, I guess the roof structure is the lightest color.
Portion, yeah, okay. And then I see a building string line that's outside of that. What are the other two that are oceanside? The 2 lines. Yeah, there you go. That's helpful. Offset from right of way, 20 foot. Building string line. Okay, well, it would have been nice if the planner was here to tell us what we should be looking at.
Well, I would just like to say what this is trying to show is how much we're encroaching into the setback. So we will still have a 10-foot setback from the right of way and a 35-foot setback from the center line of the road. So if you can see those numbers on the lines, you can see it's hard for me to see, but
yeah, okay.
that's basically how much we're encroaching, just 15 feet into the center line setback and 10 feet into the right-of-way setback. And the house that did get there's two houses to the east of us that did get variances, and one of those houses was approved to be 26 feet from the center line. So we're asking, we think, for something that's very reasonable within that neighborhood and not pushing the envelope at all, but moving back. But it just so happens that the way this right-of-way is oriented is it's very hard to not be in variance territory.
Okay, and you still have room to park a car in front of the garage. It looks like there's plenty of room to do maybe 2 or 3 vehicles. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's exactly correct, Alex. You could stack two vehicles in front of the garage.
I think, Mr. Chair, if I may, I believe this is why we have discretionary review, because this is like, the numbers are one thing, but being able to analyze this against the fabric of the neighborhood and look at the way it's documented and surveyed. And obviously, the applicant's done a good job of doing that, so it reveals that I think at the end of the day, what's being proposed is very compatible with the status or the existing neighborhood, but more or less the direction the neighborhood's going and the precedence that's been set along here. This is not stomping into any of that. It's just kind of creating that consistency that I think people are enjoying there, and it functions well, it parks well, and it doesn't adversely affect the neighbors. So I don't know. I think it's highly supportable at this point.
Okay, well let's
Mr. Chair, if I could just jump in real quick. This is Joe. I think after looking at the planner memo and seeing the previous comments, I think maybe if I were to give any direction to your board, I would just say that if you're looking for direction, that any comments you could make, if you could just make it very clear that your review is supportive, and for what reasons, for the variance itself. So I think that's what's going to be most helpful when it comes to crafting a staff report for approval of this variance request.
Okay, before we do that, I'd like to see if there's any public comment. Is there anyone from the public that wishes to speak on this item? Anyone? Unmute yourself and speak your name. No? Okay, well that goes towards helping the applicant. So bring it back to the board then for comment. So if somebody wants to try and...
I have another question. The comment refers to setbacks. So even though the whole idea is the Tadaro Lane, can we please go back again to the ocean side just to verify we're all on the same page regarding the stream lines? I think one is for the deck and the other is for the structure, right? On the south side.
Yeah. Do you want to pan to the right, please, Josh?
There we go. Okay, so maybe can you remind us where we are? Is that there seems to be what is that white space? What is that white line?
White line.
Yeah, go ahead.
You're talking about the white area south of that setback line between the two, south of the string line. That's right. That's an overhang from the wall below. The actual wall that encloses space is along that line. You're looking at a roof plan, there's an overhang that goes beyond the string line.
Very good. So basically the walls kind of line up and the roof sticks out a little bit, a few feet. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Very good. Okay, I'm clear. I'm ready to move.
All right. So, all right. Well, I think one thing we can say that we can forward all of the comments to the next meeting, and then we'll try and be more specific with regards to comment B about the setbacks.
Okay, so we can add something along these lines. The setback, the proposed setback on Padaro Lane is consistent with neighborhood conditions, where the encroachments are everywhere, or prominent, or what was the term? Prominent, or, okay.
Well, if I may, I think that Joe's question was like to provide a comment that's that kind of justifies the
variance
need for this variance, and I think number one in my mind is just upholding the current precedents that everybody's using and not creating an anomaly. This is actually seems very consistent with how things are being handled. I think for continuity of the neighborhood, I think it's very supportable. I would say, it maintains the continuity and it doesn't create a new condition to kind of further, these things can be kind of confusing when they get out of hand, and this doesn't go there. It actually almost geometrically responds exactly to what needs to happen. So it's not just that they're minding their way here, they've also angled it geometrically to follow it even further, which I think is unusual, because most buildings are more rectilinear in terms of their plan, and this has some acute angles that are actually responding directly to the issue. And the whole house is actually designed that way. It's the same at the beach, so I'd say
Josh, you think you were close? Can we try and?
Yeah, I'd say the comment for Joe, for the planning staff, is that it's supportable in that it maintains the continuity of the neighborhood in terms of how these are applied. And I'd say the second comment is it's also working directly with the geometry of the conditions. So it's actually, I don't know how to say that as a comment. Maybe the first comment stands alone. It's good enough.
I don't think you need the second part.
So I have a draft if you guys want to hear it. Okay, so I have the proposed setback on Padaro Lane is consistent with neighbor conditions, maintains continuity of the neighborhood, and the proposed structure is geometrically structured to respond directly to the adjacent structures. I guess I said structure a lot.
Therefore, the board supports the variance as proposed.
Well,
okay.
member doesn't agree with that.
Okay. Do you want to be more specific, John, or do you want to,
Well, I mean, are we on comments now?
Yeah, I would say so.
Okay.
We did public
Well,
comment.
I mean, I think that, well, actually, I love the building. It's really imaginative architecture, but that's not the criteria we're supposed to take or use. If I saw the story poles there and standing in the street looking to the west, the southwest, it appears to be very massive. And, certainly it's a very contemporary building, but if our criteria is neighborhood compatibility, does it meet that? No, it doesn't. Neither side, either the north or the south. I think the best way to illustrate it, which would make me feel better, would be see a bird's eye perspective, looking southwest from Padaro Lane, and the opposite perspective from the beach side looking northeast. I think that would illustrate the relationship of this building to the neighborhood. So I would ask them to do that. I don't want to put a damper on this, but seeing the story poles, it's quite a large building on a very small site. And I think I'd like to ask them to provide those drawings for us. Okay, that's it.
Okay, so Given that John was the only one who was on site to see the story poles, I plan to go over the weekend to go look. So when will they be up until, Robin? Or anyone?
I think they're supposed to be up 3 to 4 days after the meeting, right?
All right. Well,
Mine state 7 days before and then 4 days after the meeting.
Okay.
so they were
That'll give us all a chance to go look at it, so.
Yeah. They weren't up 7 days before the meeting, unfortunately. How do we?
So we really can't enforce because it's story pole guidelines. PC does look favorably when you follow them, but we really can't do anything if the applicant doesn't.
Yeah. All right, and it looks. I mean, is the section that extends in? You're looking for a variance. Is that just that cantilever second story? Is that, I'm looking at the bottom left of the page. Is that the section that's into the setback?
There's a portion of the garage that also is in the area of the variance requested.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have an error. We do have a bird's eye in case the board would like to see it.
Yeah, I think it would help. Anything to help your case.
Before we leave this drawing, on page 1, you can blow it up. We have the image that John is looking for. It has the 3D modeling of the project from Padaro Lane. You go to page 1.
Recall, you're looking at a one-story element in the front of the building.
Yeah, right. Yeah, got that. Yeah, the 2 stories in the back. I get that, but at least just to get an idea. It's on page 1 on the very top, the top of page 1. Yes, you can zoom in. There you go. Okay.
So that's the view northeast that John was looking for.
And we're 6.5 feet above the sand as required by the uprush study.
Well, if I may, if you look to the property to the east, 2 properties, you can see what it looks like when a property really extends to the boundaries of what's achievable in the zoning. And then you look to the applicant's project here, and then you look to the 2 buildings to the west of it, to the left, you can kind of see how the scale is actually being maintained. I would say if I had to judge by this perspective, the 2 buildings to the west against this building, I'd say that it falls quite nicely into consistency in terms of mass bulk and scale. And I think that's part of the disadvantage of the story pollings is they only show you the ridge line, and it doesn't quite articulate the push and pull that's going on, because there's a lot of void that contributes to the lack of presence of a building in this project that I actually kind of like. I think it's kind of clever in terms of being a lighter footprint on the beach too. And so obviously on your massive house, more massive house, that's the older precedent of the old single wall beach houses that I think are being replaced. So,
Josh, that's why I think it should be a bird's eye view. Looking at the story poles, it seems very high. So, I think it would be fair to look at it, the mass of it, from a bird's eye view from both sides.
Maybe look at the bird's eye view that we have from the other side, and you might be able to understand the mass.
Yeah, you guys just shout at me at what page you want me to be on.
I think Nicholas actually has. If you could transfer control, Josh, to Nicholas, you can.
Sure. There we go.
Also, somebody has some background noise going on. If you could mute if you're not speaking, please. There you go. That's helpful.
This is us modeling the neighborhood, essentially, digitally. You're seeing, if you look at the house to the west, that's that large mass to the west. And then you can see the older single wall beach house to the east, which is to the left. And then I think what Board Member Verdiak's talking about is that we have a garage, with this older house to the east, we have a one-story garage next to us. And when you drive down the street, you see the story poles behind it, and they come up behind it. Just like the other house does right now. I mean, the house beyond does the same thing, but of course we're moving closer. But as you drive down the street, you do see those story poles above that garage, and you see them when you look at the driveway. You see the story poles next to the driveway as well. And that photograph, we showed you that photograph from the street as well.
Mr. Chair, I think we need to follow protocol and go take a look this Saturday. I know where it is now. We have time. Schedule this for next hearing and move on, or we can even answer it by email, but I guess that wouldn't be appropriate. But I think we asked for story poles. I think we need to go see them. I apologize. They just came out so quick, and the communication was so confusing that we didn't get a chance to be there. But
Can I just
If I
jump
may,
in?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
So the thing
Are we in a-
is that if we're going to go look at these story polls, and then they won't be able to get back on the agenda for another month or month and a half.
Can I ask you a question, Mr. Chair?
Go ahead.
In the effort to try and move this forward. So the task at hand today, if I'm not clear, or if I'm not misunderstanding this, is we're trying to define or help with findings for an encroachment into the setback with a variance based on a kind of presentation of precedents, right? So is it and I guess it sounds like we're ready to move that forward, except for we've got one member who's concerned about the overall gesture of the house. And are the two that tied together? Can we consent to the use of the setback and the variance in the way it's being applied? I think based on the comments that we've given to this house already, we've already kind of blessed its general kind of presence and how it's actually being designed. Like, we've already given a pretty good nod to this project, and I hear that consistently, that we like the direction of it, we like the idea of it, and we want to move it forward. So right now we're focused on one end of it and how it's at the street. If they have that piece of it, then we can move forward with the rest of it. And then if there's a concern about the massiveness of the house and the massing, that becomes another issue. I don't know if we can't.
I think that's a good distinction, actually, Josh, and maybe John can speak to it too. But if we give the okay for the encroachment into the for the variance for the encroachment into the setback, but reserve the right to comment on mass, bulk, and scale moving forward, I think that kind of kills two birds, maybe. I mean, John, would you concede to that?
Yes, I would. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
and just for further comment, like, look, we're all going to go look at the story polls. We've got some time to do that. I can join with Alex in doing that as well over the weekend, and it sounds like you can too, Chris. But I'll just add one more thing: is that I think it helps the applicant too, because it's hard to design confidently when you've got a variance hanging over your head. These guys need to get this variance handled. Then it handles a question of how they get to use that square footage or not, and then from there, there's confidence in whatever discussion, if there comes forth to be some kind of a concession around moving things around. Well, okay, now it's being done inside of a more defined site parameter, which right now there's a, this one end of it is a little bit of a loose end, for lack of a better term. So I think it actually helps our process. Let's get them through the variance process and then come back to it. And if there's issues, let's work with the applicant to resolve them. That's my
So I think
law.
the comment then is the board supports the variance with the right to further comment on mass, bulk, and scale at the next meeting.
Yes.
For that, yes.
And can I please just clarify one thing about the story polls? Because I just want to make sure everybody's on the same page. We did comply with the story poll guidelines, which say that they have to be up at least 3 days prior to the BAR meeting. So we were very adamant with the company that they had them up by noon on Tuesday. And then it says they have to stay in place for 7 days after the BAR meeting. So I did misspeak about that. We'll keep them up for 7 days after, since that's what the guidelines ask for. So we are complying with the guidelines.
So it was the opposite. It was 3 days before and 7 days after.
Correct.
7 and 3. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And then so we'll forward all the rest of the comments as well. But basically, we're saying that we do support the variance with the, while reserving, the right to further comment on mass, bulk, and scale issues.
Okay, yes, agreement.
Okay. Does that, any other comments from the board? No?
No.
Any questions from the applicant or Joe?
Nope.
No?
I have
Okay.
a question. So you're saying you're going to go look at the polls and then we should come back on the next available agenda?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Which hopefully this helps you in.
But I think you have business to take care of between now and then, yes? You have to go to get your,
Yes, we do.
you have to go get your staff hearing officer meeting or whatever, variance committee or whatever that is.
Well, no, because the variance would go to the ZA with the CDP. We're still working with staff to get we were waiting to get our application deemed complete until we knew about the variance. But we're also having our coastal hazards analysis peer reviewed, and that's can be lengthy. So we're still working with staff on a couple things.
But we're assuming that you're coming back to us after you've got your ZA hearing.
No.
Well, the ZA hearing would include the whole project.
Okay. Maybe I'm not clear on the sequence.
I think we're asking for an indefinite extension because it's going to be staff that's going to determine when we can come back. Isn't that correct?
Okay.
Yeah, well, we'd have to ask staff to put us on the next available agenda. I mean, it could delay our planning process a bit depending on when we can get back, but the variance goes with the entire project for one review by the zoning administrator. They're not separate approvals.
So, but you need to do a few more, address the rest of the comments, including the landscaping and so forth.
Yes.
So therefore, you're gonna have to come back at least once, before you move forward, Robin. But you can. Yeah.
All right. I think we're good then. So we still have, if there's nothing else for this item, going back to the consent agenda. We've been going back and forth. We didn't have plant sizing and quantities listed, and we're getting some pushback from the applicant. So Leah, are you there?
I am. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. So I see the emails that have been going back and forth about the plant quantities, which I keep requesting, and the applicant saying that this is a super small installation. And actually, Josh, do you want to go to the plan real quick for C1? And to me, this is not a super small installation, so I'm tending to err on the side of.
Clarify. It's not require sizes and quantities and sizes for a final approval. It's not required.
That's what I'm trying to get out of them. But the reply is that the quantities have changed as the existing landscaping is filled in, as we now have the irrigation system back online. The quantities are still generally as drawn with the representative symbols. It's a super small installation needed and only around the newest hardscapes. So
I think if it's not if it doesn't meet the standards of the county standards for final approval, then it's the applicant's problem. You know, it's
right. So basically, what my thought is here, Leah, and to the applicant, is that if there is existing landscape that's filled back in since this all was, you know, designed, then you're going to have to update your plans to show what's existing and then what's new, including sizes and quantities. We can't hold people to different standards and give special permissions just because some things have changed since the project was submitted. So we need updated landscape plans showing existing to remain, including photos, if indeed that's what's happening there. So you know, we can push it again to come back on the next consent agenda if all the ducks are in a row.
so. If that's the last item, I would like to adjourn then.
So hold on, I guess we'd probably also have to vote on that consent item. So
No, we don't have to vote. We are not taking action, right?
pushing it. Okay. I was gonna say. All right. Okay. Jeez. 3 o'clock, huh?
And remember I don't think we have an applicant from the third district yet. So we went back to the beginning of the search because a few candidates we're looking at did not come through. So keep asking, okay?
I think we should sweeten the deal with, cash payment. No, anyway, there's a motion to adjourn. Does somebody want a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thanks everybody.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Josh and John. You did a great job. Thank you, Leah and John.
Going back for this next meeting, so hopefully it'll go smoother.
Yeah. All right.
All right, bye guys.
Thanks, Leah.
Have a good holiday weekend.
Thanks, Joe. Good work, Joe.
Enjoy your vacation, Chris.
Thank you, John. You too.
All right.
Adios.